Good morning, colleagues. We sincerely apologize on the delays and thank you for joining us today. I would like to welcome you all to the Engineering Council of South Africa's webinar for the Professional Engineering Technician category. My name is Vasitsana Khoza and I'm responsible for stakeholder engagement at ECSA. And I've got my colleagues with me today from registration, Ms. Tsepang Malapile, and marketing, Ms. Khosi Nkambule, as well as our facilitator for today's session, Dr. Talent Banda. Basically, the webinar aims to provide a road to ECSA's registration map by explaining the process and requirements in detail, and we'll get to provide you with an opportunity to ask questions as well. Kindly note that the first part of the session will consist of a road to registration presentation by Dr. Banda, followed by a Q&A session, and then lastly, an application demonstration from our registration team. Colleagues that would like to pose their questions in writing are also welcome to do so under the Q&A section, and our dedicated team will attend to those questions. We kindly request colleagues that we ensure that our mics are muted for the duration of the session, at least until the Q&A session that is structured. Thank you so much, colleagues. I would like to now hand over to Dr. Banda without wasting any time to start with the presentation. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of this webinar. Try and see if I can share. Okay, all right. Okay, I hope my presentation is visible.
Yes, it is, sir.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Unfortunately, I cannot hear you. I hope I'm audible and clear enough. I'll dive in straight into the presentation. My name is Talent Banda. I'll be conducting the road to registration today, and I'll also be able to assist with any questions that might arise. Please take note of your questions and maybe also take note of the slide that you might be having questions to. If need to, I can go back later on. Then I'll start with the presentation. The table of contents, or how we're going to go through today, we'll start with the regulatory context of how ECSA was formed and what governs what we are doing day to day in the Engineering Council of South Africa. Then we'll also look into the built environmental landscape, that also talk into the Council for Built Environment. Then we'll also talk about the regulation that governs the profession, the engineering profession. Then after that, we go into a snapshot in terms of voluntary associations, which ones are considered as voluntary associations, and how do they play a role in our industry. Then we also look into other role players related to the registration and the registration processes. Then after that, we look into the professional development model. Then lastly, we look into the registration requirements, and then after that, we'll take the question and answer session. All right, the regulation context, it's only about the how does the Constitution allows or permit ECSA to be the motherboard or the regulating board of the engineering the profession. So it's based on Section 22 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which I assume is the supreme law of the country, and governs that ECSA should regulate the engineering profession. So it says every citizen has got a right to choose a profession like any other profession, and For example, if you are a doctor, you can choose your profession, and there's a regulatory body that governs that, and you have to be registered for you to practice. And it's in the same context that ECSA is moving towards that, where you have to also register for you to practice, which is part of the identification of engineering works that has been going on for more than 3 years now. So South Africa chose to regulate this profession, which is the engineering profession as well. Then it also gave rise to the Engineering Profession Act, which was formulated in 2000, which also formulated ECSA as a person to govern the engineering profession. So ECSA is considered as a person by law, hence the mandatory to act in its context of regulating or governing the engineering profession. So within that council, there is a registration tool by which ECSA used to regulate the profession. And that tool is what we are going to discuss in detail today, how then the tool is being used in a way that is fair, just, and honest. The built environmental landscape is in this format. I'm not sure if people are familiar with this. So in the Council for Built Environment, there are about 6 councils that are there. There is ECSA, one of them, which we are going to talk about today. But over and above, arcing that, there's the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, which is then governed by the minister, who also regulates and see ECSA is the police person for the engineering professionals, but then also ECSA is monitored or overacted by other institutions, which is Public Works and also Council for Built Environment. Then the Council for Built Environment oversees or subsedes the 6 councils that are there. The first one is for the architectural profession. The second one is also for landscape and architectural profession, which is SAM Club. And then we have the Engineering Council of South Africa. We also have for property evaluators and the project and construction management. Then lastly, we have the quantity surveying professions. So all these are governing boards that are there to regulate the professions in various areas. But today we are talking about the Engineering Council of South Africa. With the department, like I said, it's an executive authority to oversee what is happening between the Council of Built Environment and the relevant accounting authorities, which ECSA is one of that board. And then each authority has got an accounting officer, and in this case, for ECSA, is the CEO, who is then responsible to make sure that the registration processes, the regulatory processes, and also the continuation of development is done properly. Hence, we have those boards in the Engineering Council of South Africa. So the first part is to make sure that there's research, policy, and standards procedures developed so that they are able to govern and also be implemented in a way that ECSA has a formulated way or a standard of regulating the profession, so that even if someone comes into the Engineering Council of South Africa, there is a way of dealing with each department or each section in a way that is standardized and formulated in such a way that it gives fairness, and also it doesn't deviate from the law that has been put in place to say that this is how the profession is going to be governed. Then the second part is for accreditation of qualification, which is done by universities. I think when we were going to university, you would see that, or you hear that ECSA is visiting your institution to accredit your qualification. So this is the accreditation part that is done, and is done on a regular basis for each institution that is offering any engineering courses. So in that form also, there is the registration unit, which we are discussing today. This registration unit is therefore to register people from candidates when you acquire your qualification, when you satisfy the academic requirements, then you can also register as a candidate, or you can register as a professional person when you acquire the relevant engineering experience. You see how it plays in place when we go further with the presentation. Then also the quality assurance part of it. Then the professional conduct management, this is where you have to obey the code of conduct, and there's a unit that has to enforce that to make sure that everyone complies. If you don't, these are the people that can revoke your or take back your registration if there's any misconduct. Then there's also a unit that is looking into professional development, which is CPD. I think most of us, we have attained courses that have got a CPD accreditation. This is the unit that deals with that. So we'll also discuss about that, but in a nutshell, after your registration, you have to continuously developing yourself so that you abreast with the technologies that are always moving forward, and also that you stay relevant to your profession. And in this one, you have to do it in a cycle of 5 years from your date of registration. But we'll discuss further into it. Then I want you to understand that when I'm discussing in terms of my slides, at the bottom, there should be a reference. It's where the information is, or where we're extracting this information. But most of the information that we're going to consider today, it's available on the website. Okay, so this is how we are going to discuss today in terms of categories that are considered. We have the professional category, and in this professional category, we have the professional engineer, professional engineering technologist, and professional certified engineer, and also professional engineering technician. But today we're going to discuss mainly on the professional engineer, professional engineering technologist, and specifically professional engineering technician. We are here for professional engineering technician, but you see that our presentation, it's easier if we also discuss the engineer and the technologist, so that people can see the differences or the level descriptors that distinguish the three categories. Then there are also specified categories, though we're not going to talk about it, but in some slides I'll just show you, and so that people understand what are the specified categories. We're also going to talk a bit about candidate, how it's done. There's a slide into the processes that are considered when you're registering. But candidate also, you have engineers, technologists, certified engineers, and technicians. We don't have candidates on special categories, so you must be aware of that. Okay, so the requirements or the categories in each space is that you start with the candidate. Sometimes it's not mandatory to start with a candidate, but I'll explain why sometimes you need to start with a candidate. With a candidate, like I said, we have the engineer, technologist, certified engineer, and the technician. Then on the professional side, we have the professional engineer, we have the professional technologist, we have the certified engineer, and also the technicians. Then on the specified categories, we have lift inspectors, machinery inspectors, medical equipment maintainers. Then we also have the fire protection systems. If you enter into any building, you'll see the fire equipment that is always there. There are people that are specifically dealing with that. Then we also have the civil laboratory and the technical controllers, and also the engineering management practitioners. So these are specified categories that don't fall in within the professional category, and but they are also recognized as professional people, hence they need to be registered. Okay, so in terms of the development model or the development process, how do you get registered from academic until you get to a professional year, a professional person? So the first one is the for us to attend an accredited program. So this is very crucial that you need to understand that your institution, is it accredited, or was it accredited by the time your degree was conferred? Then after that, you qualify and you pass your degree or your diploma or your certificate. That's the first stage where we say you have met the the academic standard. So this is the educational requirement. Once you meet that educational requirement, depending on your space, because like I said, you see it differs. Some have a benchmark in terms of BTech, some have advanced diplomas, some have diplomas, which are also different in terms of the model that you have attained or achieved, or depending also on the year of qualification that you have graduated. Then once you meet that educational requirement or minimum educational requirement, then you can register automatically as a candidate. Then from candidates registration, you can train depending also on your qualification and the route that you are taking. But minimally on a benchmark level, you have to attain at least 3 years of experience, which is the stage 2. Once you have that stage 2 requirement met, then you are eligible to register as a professional person. And then you can submit your professional registration application. And if you pass or succeed, then you fall into stage number 3, where you are now a professional person. And then every 5 years, you have to renew your professional registration. So in these 5 years, you have to continuously develop yourself, attend programs and webinars that are recognized by the Engineering Council of South Africa. And most of them, they work with the voluntary associations. And those voluntary associations, they have got accreditation courses that they can give with validation numbers, and then you register them on the ECSA portal on an annual basis or a continuous basis, or you can wait for your 5-year cycle. Then you just submit once, and then after that you get a confirmation that your cycle has been renewed and your certificate is valid. You are not given another certificate, you just remain with one certificate. It's only that if you're not renewed within 5 years, then you go to the website, it will show that your registration is not active. And or when you come back to reactivate your service, I'll tell you later, but there's a process that you need to follow. It's no longer that issue that you just correct your cycle and then you get registered and then you come back into the system. There's now a procedure to that. Then what are the common requirements? We were discussing about it. The first is the educational requirement, and then the second part after that, you can then be accepted in a category that you are qualified for or prescribed for. And then there are people that are also not holding a benchmark qualification. They can have a combination of qualification, which can take them to an alternative route, and then they can be recognized to be registered in that specific or relevant category, depending on the assessment of the combination of qualification that would have been done by ECSA, which normally they give also a confirmation letter in terms of which category you qualify after they've combined your qualification or assessed your qualifications. So if you are holding a qualification or a combination of qualification that has been determined, and which is a case by case, especially with combination of qualification, because some people might be having qualifications that are from other countries and from different institutions and supported by a relevant body of knowledge. So it's not uniform. That's why it's a case by case. That's why also you have to go through a process where assessors or peers have to review your qualification in terms of the coursework that you have done, in terms of the theories that you have learned, and the engineering principles that are underpinned by each qualification and oral certification that you might have presented to ECSA with regard to combination of qualifications. So after that, you get like a letter confirming which category, then you use that letter to then support your application. When you are sending through your application, you must also attach that letter so that it tells to the person who's evaluating your application that you qualified through an alternative route or a combination of qualification, so that they don't discredit your application right away. So in that regard, to attain a professional category, an applicant has to demonstrate competence and also to show that they meet the educational requirements. And competence is developed in less than 3 years. That's why you find that ECSA have then taken the liberty of saying you need to have a minimum of 3 years after or post qualification, post your graduation, and that period is deemed sufficient to be able to acquire the relevant experience to demonstrate competence. You see that also it has to be a provision for the Engineering Profession Act that has been prescribed for that period, and how it relates to international standards. You see it later when we present. And people might then ask or question this, but it's the minimum period that was deemed that you could have demonstrated competency. But you don't have to wait for this is advice that I'm giving you. You don't have to wait for the 3 years to elapse to start writing your report. My advice is that once you graduate from your first year and when you start working, look into your category, download the form, though the form will change annually, but it's not very different from the previous years. So work on that form and the application and see what you need to learn through your mentor as well, and you start filling up the engineering report as you proceed, so that it's easier. And when you are still able to remember some of the things, you are able to articulate, or you understand what you are required to understand or to learn and to adapt as a professional person, so that when you are now writing a report, you are not thinking, oh, I should have noted this, I should have kept such a record, I should have done this. So my advice is that keep on writing it as you go on. Then when we go back to the registration requirement, especially in the education and training experience, there are various categories that we're going to talk about: the engineer, the technician, and the technologist. So educational system have changed. You see that on the benchmark registration for engineers, we have the 4-year degree and the 5-year degree, but both of them, they require the same minimum number of years. So the 4-year degree is the academic one, and the 5-year one is the professional one. So if you see on your university, they'll say an academic and a professional degree, and the professional degree, I think it's 120 credit more than the academic degree. So those are some of the differences. And normally you find that some of the universities, if you take the academic qualification, it's just a B-Eng, and if you take the longer route or the more years, it comes as a Bachelor of Engineering honors degree. So there's some of the difference, but we'll talk more about it as we move forward. But you'll see even on the credits, the other degree has a 360 credit, the other one is a 480 credit, but both of them are recognized as a benchmark for registration for engineers. So you might find that some people might be wondering, some has a BSc, some has a B-Eng. It depends with the credits that you have, and some has a BSc Eng honors and some have a B-Eng honors. Those are the differences in terms of the degrees. Then the technologist, it's a bit broader in terms of qualifications. You'll see when we discuss on the following slides. The benchmark qualification, there's the 3 years one, which is the old one, then the new one now, which is the 4-year degree that you have to do, which is also Bachelor of Engineering technology, but we'll talk about it. Then if you have done the 3-year one, you need additional 1 year for you to demonstrate competence. We're just saying in this case, you need a bit more time to understand the principles or to learn the principles that underpins the engineering profession and how you are able to articulate and apply them in the industry. But if you have the benchmark qualification, then you need also 3 years. Then on the technician side, there was an old diploma which you would complete in 2 years. Then the other one you do 3 years. Of lately, the one which has been phased out now, it has been also 3 years. So with that, if you have a 2-year one, you need 4 years to gather the relevant knowledge and experience that to demonstrate competency. And if you have a 3-year one, you also need a 1 year less, which is 3 years. So this is how it's structured, but you understand it further when we discuss the benchmark qualification. So we'll start with the professional engineering technician one. You see that if you were before 1971, well, the qualifications are completely different, and the number of years that you need for experience is also different. So if you have what they used to call National Technical Certificate, which is almost like NQ level 4, you would need 8 years experience post qualification. But then there is also one thing that you also need to understand in your years of experience. There is a minimum time that you also need to be at a responsible level. But I'll discuss this in detail in terms of what is a responsible level. So just bear in mind, you need 8 years and 1 year on your responsible level. Then it falls on to different qualifications and also the relevant space that you are into. But even if you are from 1971, you find that if you have a national diploma, you were only required to have 3 years and also 1 year minimum responsible. Or if you have a higher national diploma, you also have 3 and also 1 year. But if you don't have any tertiary qualification, this is one thing that we also need to bear in mind, that is different from technologists and especially engineers. Technologists, they should be still away, but with engineers, it's very difficult to prove that because of the level descriptors as well. You see how it relates. So someone, because of the level descriptor on technician, someone cannot have a qualification, a tertiary qualification, and has maybe an N3 certificate, and have been working at a well-defined level, applying the principles that they have learned along the way, and are able to demonstrate that they are competent at that level descriptor. And they have a minimum of 3 years and at least 1 year at a responsible level. They can take an alternative route and prove to ECSA that they can understand the underlying principles. So you see that on your form, it's standard that there is educational development report that is there. It's meant for people that don't have these qualifications. Then they have to prove that they understand the engineering principles that you also have learned at school and they've gathered in that knowledge. And if they can prove that, then they are able to register as a competent person. So that's one thing that you might find. One person later on is professionally registered as a technician, but they don't have a degree or a diploma, and maybe they only have an N3 certificate plus experience. Then you wonder, okay, how did they get registered? Because they are competent in that level descriptor. Then we come to the middle table, which is 71 to 1980. It's a bit different. You can see even the qualification has changed and the number of years has also changed. But the key factor is that most of them, they require a minimum responsible level to be at least 52 weeks or 1 year. Then post 1980, this is applying to us because we were born after that. Most of us, yes. So the education system has changed. You find that now There's a lot of qualifications now that are considered as benchmark. Previously, it used to be national diploma, and now because of the changes that have been made academically, there's a lot of benchmark qualification. So what does a benchmark qualification mean? A benchmark qualification, it means that if you just have that qualification without even considering any other qualification, it's considered that you can register directly for this level or this category. So you find that if you've got an advanced diploma or advanced certificate in engineering, it's considered a benchmark. The only difference is that you need 4 years experience and the 1 year responsible level. Then if you also have an advanced certificate in engineering, which is more of a practical one, also it's a benchmark. National diploma, which has been the case for most of us, if you get your national diploma from an institution of higher learning, it's considered a benchmark degree. After 3 years of post-qualification experience, you can then register. Then the newest one, the diploma engineering, which has been phased out as well. It's 3 years and 1 year responsible level. Then you can have a higher national diploma, a BTech, an advanced diploma engineering, which is replacing the BTech now. If you see like universities like UNISA, they no longer offer BTech because they are distance educational institution. They can still offer an advanced diploma in engineering, which is also giving you 3 years and 1 year responsible level. Then the new Eng Tech, which is now 4 years full-time at a technical university. It's gonna come under this category as well, which is 3 years experience and 1 year responsible level at a responsible level. So this is how it is on technicians. I want you to see it's similar, almost similar with technologist, but let's have a look back. If you look at the first column, if you didn't have any tertiary qualification, but you have maybe an NQ3 level 3 certificate, you required 10 years to be considered as technician. Look at technologist. If you have the same qualification, if you don't have qualification and tertiary qualification, but you also have an entry level qualification, you will need a minimum of 20 years to develop to that level descriptor. And at least 10 years should be at a responsible level. This is how it is difficult now. You find that some people can easily register or can attain a level descriptor of a technician, which is well defined without qualification. But to be on a broadly defined level, it takes a whole lot of effort. And this is why it's a bit tough on this one. Then if you look into the last column, which is the most important one now, is if you want to register as a technologist, you need to have a BTech, which is most cases you find that most people who have national diplomas, they later further did their technologist. Maybe now you are not yet qualifying for technologist. You maybe recently graduated, or you are finishing your BTech, or you are finishing your advanced diploma in your respective category. You can qualify as a technician, you register as a technician, but later on you need to register as a technologist if you need be. But this is how it works. You also need to have a BTech and 3 years post-qualification experience. So this is post your BTech experience. Then you also need 1 year to be on a responsible level. So the advanced diploma engineering, which I said universities like UNISA offering, which is almost the equivalent of the old BTech. It's also 3 years and 1 year responsible level. Then the new benchmark for the technologist is the Eng technology, which is now 4 years in most universities. And it also takes about 420 credit to get to this level. So it's also 3 years minimum of experience and 1 year at a responsible level. Okay, I'm moving very fast. I'm used to this session in in a more of an engagement way where we pause, we discuss, we talk about the slide, and then we provide. But please take note of everything that you want to ask me. I'll go back to each and every slide that you might want me to reiterate. Okay. This is one of the second complicated slides on the presentation, but I'll make it easier for you to understand. Like we said, there's a regulatory statutory board that is there, and the constitution that governs the establishment of the Engineering Council of South Africa through the Engineering Profession Act, which is EPA, which was formulated in year 2000. And then that act gives the mandates to the council to accredit programs, university programs, also to recognize programs, and also assess applicants. It must be also be able to register a person who demonstrate competence against the prescribed standards. And these are some of the standards that we are discussing today. And that EPA also has constituted the formulation of policy documents. The main policy document is R101. So if you look into a document, ECSA documents have got codes. If you see, if it starts with an R, it means it's a regulatory document. If it starts with an E, it means it's an educational document for educational standards requirements. So the mother document is the R01, which is the policy document. It also talks about the registration. It prescribes the qualification standards that needs to be met, which then talks to the formation of E02, which is a qualification standard document, and that qualification standard document also then talks to E17, which is the recognition of educational qualification. So it then comes back and feed into the registration policy documents, which also then prescribe how application and assessment should be done. All the processes that should be followed when we are assessing applications also comes from the R101 policy document. So you might find that maybe later on when you get your response, it refers to say based on section what from the R101 policy document. They are just telling you that if you go back to this policy document, we have assessed, and based off that clause, we are able to then give you a response in this manner. So don't be surprised when you see this reference being made when we are assessing your applications. Then the policy document also then talks to competence standard. What is a competence standard? What do we consider to say this person is competent? It's not my liking, or it's not my judgment that I need to pass that you are competent. I'm governed by certain standards that I have to say, based on these standards, this person has met the level to be competent, and he has demonstrated competence against those standards. And we're going to talk about some of the outcomes as we go on, the 11 outcomes, and that prescribe to that. And then between the competence standard and the policy registration document, we then had to document how training and mentoring should be done so that you'll be able to attain the competence, so that you meet the competence. Then that also is then supported by guide to competence standard, and also it had to be broken down so that it also accommodate the disciplinary and specific training guide. So the R05, it's more of now breaking it down to engineers, technologists, and technicians. So don't be surprised. So the R05, you have R05, which is PE, which is talking about professional engineers. Then you have R05 PT, which is talking about technologists. Then you have an R05 PN, which is talking about technician. So you see that when you go further, PN refers to professional technician, because we couldn't differentiate professional technologist and professional technician, because they take the same ascripts that it's PT. So PN was then said to be a unique one for the technicians. So this is how I had to break it down for you to understand. So these are the most critical documents that you need to read first before you attempt your application. So competence standard, depending on your category. Competence standard also is R02. There's a PE, PT, and PN, because it talks to a specific category. Then you have the R05, which talks also to the discipline. Then the R04P, it's a standard training and mentoring guide. This works well for people who are just coming straight from university and they need to know what do we need to gain, or how do I get to be able to utilize fully my 3 years and gain that competency level that is required for me to register. Then the R03, when you are doing your application now, you need to go through this so that you understand what is being assessed and how is being assessed and what is being expected of you in terms of R03. Then if that is fine with you, then you are able to come and demonstrate competency against the prescribed standards, and then we'll be able to assess that and you'll be registered. Okay, so in terms of qualifications and level descriptors, okay, this is where now it becomes a bit complex and sometimes a bit confusing. And I know I'm going to have a lot of questions about this, but I'll try to explain it in such a way that it's easier to understand. So as an engineer, you need to have a BSc Eng, you have to have a B-Eng, you have to have a mechanical engineering degree. It's also considered as a benchmark. You see why I'm saying it's considered as a benchmark, especially for people who are taking an alternative route and using combination of qualification. If you have done a mechanical eng program and it's a professional one, you can combine it with your B.Tech and your national diploma to be considered as an engineer. But now, it's not just about the qualification, it's also the level descriptor in terms of what level are you working at. You have to be solving complex engineering problems and performing complex engineering activities. So engineering has been divided into 3 level descriptors. The upper top one is the complex. The second one is the broadly defined, which talks to the technologist. So if you've met the qualifications, like I say, the advanced diploma, which is being offered by universities like UNISA now, then the old B.Tech, and then the B.Eng Tech, the new one, you have to also solve problems at a well-defined engineering level. So this is the difference between the engineer and the technologist. So there are people that you might find that they've gotten a BSc Eng or a B.Eng, but they are registered as technologist. There's nothing wrong with them. They can still apply and still register as an engineer. Maybe when they were registering as an engineer, they couldn't demonstrate that they are working at a complex level, but they could demonstrate that they are working at a broadly defined level, hence they are registered as technologists instead of engineers. There's nothing wrong with their qualification, it's just the level where they are working at. Then the last third one is the well-defined engineering descriptor, where you are solving problems at a well-defined level or performing engineering activities that are considered as well-defined. You might have met the engineering qualification a technologist, but if you are not working at a broadly defined level, you find yourself maybe, okay, this person is registered as an engineering technician. So it's very difficult to articulate with this one slide. As we move on, you would understand. But I wanna give you examples that are very easier to understand. Let me pause it. I'll go back to the descriptors and then give you those things. So this slide, we have discussed it in detail. You have to meet the qualification requirements. Then after that, you have 3 years post-qualification to demonstrate competence. It normally takes longer than 3 years, but if you follow like the training and monitoring guidelines and standards, then you'll be able to articulate yourself to the 3 years. Then there are some employers who are registered as with ECSA stakeholders to perform commitment and undertaking. This is where they are registered to say we will be able to guide our staff members and train them and help them to acquire the relevant competence to be registered within 3 years. So you find that on your form, it will ask you, were you through an employer that has got any commitment and data taking? If yes, then there's some expectations in terms of your application also that you should be knowing what you are doing because you had someone who was guiding you through, and as an institution also that they are registered, they had to take that commitment that they will make it possible and make it that you are relevant towards attaining competence and so in terms of your registration. So the goal of the training program is to train programs to allow that candidates develop their competence to a point of being able to demonstrate outcomes as required by the Engineering Council of South Africa. So in this manner, you should appreciate as a student or as a candidate that or a undergraduate or a graduate technician, engineer, or a technologist, that you are receiving the training that is crucial towards your registration, and also in terms of how competence is defined based on the engineering standards that have been set by the Engineering Council of South Africa. So in this way, your supervisor is your mentor and has to take a certain role in terms of directing you and controlling in terms of the knowledge and skills that you need to consume in such a way that you'll be able to demonstrate competence. So he's taking that responsibility, and this is also governed by the EPA Act and Section 1804, that people can be supervisors and take that responsibility, especially under commitment and undertaking of an organization. But you don't have to just also be under the program to be a supervisor or a mentorship to your junior staff. It just takes a seniority attitude actually to direct people and control them in terms of what they consume to be able to register. It's very difficult and very sad that most people just wake up haphazardly, and by the time they try to write the report, they start realizing, oh, I was not doing this part of work, and because they didn't have someone to control them or direct them in terms of what they need to consume in terms of them to register. But also as a candidate, your attitude also takes precedence, because like I'm saying, if you start working with your report from day one, you are also able to then understand how do I need to satisfy the 11 outcomes, and what is it that I need to consume at my workspace. Even if you see that you are not consuming enough, you then have to talk to your supervisor or your company to say, can I be seconded to another company that is doing outcome 1, 2, 3, so that I'll be able to register after that. So that even when you're writing your report, you can show in terms of your training and experiential report that you were seconded to a certain company for this period just to acquire the competence that, or to do the engineering activities at that level descriptor. Like I'm positive there, I'll explain the level descriptors correctly later on, so that you are able to register at that category. So A supervisor is expected, together with the mentor and the candidate, to have a plan of like a training plan, and they submit it to ECSA under the commitment undertaking program to say this is what we are going to do, and this is how we're going to develop our candidates so that they are able to reach the competence level. But if you are not registered under commitment and undertaking, you can still do the plan together with your junior staff and file it in your office and try to follow that and see that are we able to get to that. So you find that people that have got, or companies that have got commitment undertaking, and sometimes they even appoint mentors that from ECSA to say, okay, or even on a consultant's basis or a personal basis to say, come and assist our staff so that they can register and guide them through the 3-year program. So I think there are a lot of government departments that are doing that now. Sometimes it's done properly, sometimes it's not. But the essence of the matter is that we need to guide people to get registered and acquire the relevant competence skills. So competency, it's a combination of 3 aspects, or it's a measure of 3 aspects, which is knowledge, skills, and attitude. It's very difficult for us to assess attitude at Engineering Council of South Africa, and that we also rely on the referee reports and the supervisors' reports. Because they are the ones who are dealing with you on a day-to-day basis. What we can and easily assess, of course, the attitude, we can see it also during your interview, but that won't discourage you or have any much impact in terms of your registration. But what we can safely assess is the knowledge and skill. So the knowledge we are assessing from your qualifications and also through the demonstration of competence to show that you are able to relate to the underpinning knowledge and the principles that within your prescribed area of study or into your category that you want to register, and also at the level descriptor that you want to register. So do you understand that knowledge? Do you understand those principles? Are you able then to use them and demonstrate that you have enough skill to apply into that industry? So hence you find that our competence, it's more of applied competence, where you have to show the foundation of your education, then you have to show a reflex competence, then the reflex competence is the ability to adapt, and then after that you are able to then have applied competence. So that's the key component of competence. So how does it develop? It develops from educational background or foundation, then through training, which can be under commitment and undertaking, or without that, as long as you have the guide and control from your supervisor into the skills and knowledge that you need to consume and continuously practice so that you are able to be considered competent. And the exposure, which is the experience that you'll be given within those 3 years or later, that has to talk to you being able to apply your knowledge and show your skills or develop your skills to be able to demonstrate competence. Okay, so development of professional competence. So during post-graduation, like I said, you need a provision of 3 years to acquire that. Then after that, you can apply for registration. But before that, once you graduate, you can then consider to join ECSA as a candidate. Then you have access to mentors. If you don't have one at your company, you have access to mentors from ECSA. You can just write them and say, can I have a mentor who can also guide you through? You might find that maybe your supervisor is not yet also registered as a professional person, which then becomes difficult for that person to guide you through because they are also not registered. So you can have professional mentors that can assist you, or you can just ask someone on a personal capacity who's already registered to say, okay, I don't have someone registered in my company, but I need that guidance and control. I'm already registered as a candidate with Engineering Council of South Africa. Can you be my mentor? Then that person can take that commitment and undertaking to assist you. And then a professional mentor has to guide you, like I said, to the development that is required to meet the competency standard. So then the training process might involve structured activities, including induction and training courses, no specific skills of technologies. On specific skills and
Apologies,
technology.
Dr. Banda.
Yes.
We cannot see your presentation anymore.
Is it with everyone?
Yes, because it's coming through the chat as well.
Okay, my screen is saying still sharing. Okay, let me stop sharing. I'll share again.
Thank you.
Okay, it seems like I don't know, Koza, are you still in the meeting?
Yes, I am.
Okay, it seems like someone has taken
The rights.
the rights. Yeah, the share button is gray now. I think that's why. But now, do someone remember where you stopped seeing the slide? Which slide were we?
Someone can, I think.
Yeah, but I still don't have the rights to share at the moment.
Okay. Kosi, can you please check the settings?
I'm checking, but for me, it's it says Mr. Banda still has. Can we please mute, colleagues?
Colleagues, may we kindly mute the mics?
So when I like my
Maile? Mr. Maile? Thank you.
Mr. Maile,
Mr.
please
Maile?
mute your mic.
Where else?
Maile.
Okay. Any luck, Mr. Panda? Mr. Panda, any luck with the settings?
It's still gray.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's
Please,
fine.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you. Roal
it's,
Jacob says we stopped at the registration requirements, functions, and competences. Thank you, Roal.
Is it visible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, you said where?
Functions and competences.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Performance of
Here, thank
functions
you,
and
sir.
competence. Okay. But everyone else who was hearing me, you could hear what I was discussing about this.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll just recap. Competence is three things that measure together or marry together, which is knowledge, skill, and attitude. Attitude, like I said, we don't assess on it because we cannot tell your attitude within 3 years. That we rely from reports from your referees, though they can assess you on the 11 outcomes, but they have got a box to comment anything that can also tell us what kind of a person you are, because it's part of competency to attitude as well. Then how do you develop that? It's through education, which is the foundation of knowing the principles and theories that underpin the profession that you want to practice, and also at a level descriptor that you want to achieve. Then through the training and the exposure of experience, then you are able to demonstrate competence. This is I was just talking about how do the mentor guide you in a way that you acquire or consume the relevant skills and knowledge to be able to demonstrate competence through a structured a plan which has to talk on the specific skills and technologies that you need to concentrate on, depending on the level descriptor that you also want to register on. So, like I said, pack it there on the level descriptor. I'll explain it to you in a way that it's easier to understand, and you'll be able to go away from this road to registration with confidence that you can get registered. So, in each category, the 3 categories that we are discussing today, they have got 11 outcomes that we're going to test any applicant to be able to demonstrate competence, and they are grouped into 5 sets. But they are the same outcomes throughout. It's only that they differentiate is the level descriptor. So the first stem of the outcome is the standards for professional engineer, professional technologist, and professional technician is the same. So the competence standards are differentiated by level descriptors that I've defined briefly, but I'm going to talk well about it in the next slides. But bear in mind, they are the same. So we're going to compare them in a similar manner, one outcome against the other. So you'll find that we have, like I said, we have 5 sets. 5 sets, they're like grouped as 1A, B, C, up to E. So the first group, which is group A, it's upon drawing the applicant to be able to demonstrate that they are able to solve engineering problems. I want to say also about this so that we don't confuse a lot of people. I've heard the people saying, no, ECSA wants you to be designing, which is a mislead. Engineering problems are not only about designing. Of course, it will make it easier if you are designing, but it's not only about designing. That's why you find that we are not saying design, we are saying engineering problems. Engineering problems are vast. There are some engineering problems that are so complex that can be solved without even someone has to go back on the drawing board and design. But it's still an engineering problem. That's why you find that we'll never say engineering design. We say solving problems or activities. Engineering problems or activities. So you see the term knowledge in this outcomes is aligned to that. There are people who are resident engineers who are not designing in the design office, but they are solving design challenges on sites that are there. That's a problem solving. That's a activity that is required to attain to the competence level that you need to. So I just wanted to clarify that so that people who are not in the design space shouldn't be intimidated. I think that's what is laid back on the recent years for most people not to register, because they thought that they just need to design. You need to understand the fundamentals here. You need to understand the underpinning knowledge. You need to demonstrate that you know the theories and principles that govern or that underpins the profession that you are performing in, and also to the level descriptor that you have to demonstrate. So with complex issues, it might be difficult for you to just solve them from engineering problems. That's why you find that sometimes you have to be having an element of design. But with well-defined and broadly defined, you might be able to certify those level descriptors without having to be specifically a designer. All right, so the first group talks about A1, which is the outcome number 1. And so it's outcome number 1 to 3. So outcome 1, 2, 3, you find that they are interlinked. That's why you find that it's very difficult to get outcome 2 and 3 right if you didn't get outcome 1, or maybe you get outcome 1 but you didn't get outcome number 2. It's then difficult to get outcome number 3 because they are all interlinked. So you find that in outcome 1, pardon my noise here. My neighbor is drilling and doing certain things, and we are very close to each other, so I cannot stop them. So the first one is to define, investigate, and analyze complex engineering problems. Can you see on the engineers? The only change there is the complex. We go to outcome number 1 for technologists or certified engineers. Define, investigate, and analyze broadly defined engineering problems. It's the same. Then for technician is well-defined engineering problem. Then specified category is specifically defined engineering problem. So the same happens to outcome number 2, outcome number 3, outcome number 4. It's just the same. So I just want you to understand why these are linked. So in outcome number 1, I want you to demonstrate that you are able to investigate and analyze the problem, regardless of the descriptor. You just need to demonstrate to me that if I give you an engineering problem, are you able to look into the problem? Are you able to identify which support documents that you need or information that you need to solve that problem? Are you able to investigate? What can you investigate visually, desktop, analysis? What can you use to investigate? What supporting information that you can acquire to investigate? Are you able to take up an instruction to say, go and solve this problem? Are you able to come back and articulate that you have understood the problem? Then if you understood the problem, are you able to develop a solution, which is outcome number 2? Can you check the options that are there? Because solving engineering problems comes with a lot of options. Can you check which options are there? Did you check all the impacts on each option? Are you able to say this is the correct option because of 1, 2, 3 reasons? You check on the disadvantage, the advantage of it. Are you able to articulate to say this is the most possible solution or feasible solution, and have a backup on it based on your environmental issues, cost, applicability, durability, and also relevance in solving the problem? This is what I want you to understand, to be able to demonstrate to me, regardless of your level descriptor. Then after that, are you able to take the principles that you have learned at national diploma, BTech, or your degree to be able to justify the solution or further analyze the solution that you are coming up on outcome number 2? Then you are able to also demonstrate to me that you are able to apply those principles and theories. That's why we say we are looking at applied competency. Are you able to relate those principles and knowledge that you have acquired from school and apply them in outcome number 2 to resolve your problems? And check the impacts of each option that you have given and support it with knowledge to say this is the correct solution. So that's how it is on group A. On group B, it's the same. It's only that the difference is the level descriptor, which I'm still going to explain thoroughly. On group B, I want to see now, okay, you come up with a solution. You have proven to me that this is the best solution. You have checked your impacts. You have checked the advantages, disadvantages, and say, Mr. Banda, this is the final solution. Are you able to manage that on implementation? Are you going to be able to manage people? Are you going to be able to manage the timelines? Are you going to be able to put up a plan and follow that plan? Are you going to be able to communicate with the relevant parties and relevant stakeholders? Are you able to document that solution in terms of technical reports, design reports, closeout reports? This is where I want you to demonstrate your competence in terms of managing engineering activities. Are you able to create a critical path? Are you able to follow that critical path and be able to finish your project as prescribed within your solutions? So this is group B. So outcome number 4, manage part or all one or more of complex engineering activities. Number 5 is, are you able to communicate clearly with others in the course of your engineering activities? But now I want you to see something. This is one of the outcomes that doesn't have a descriptor: communication. Because it's difficult for me to say, how do you communicate at a complex level? Communication it's uniform. Whether you are at a technician level, whether you are at an engineer level, communication is the same. It cannot be it cannot have a level descriptor. So writing a site instruction, whether you are at a category stage, a specified category, or at an engineer, the same way of writing a site instruction is the same. A Gantt chart or a program of works is the same, whether it's done by a technician or an engineer. The principles and the appearance and how it is the same. There's no complexity in it or a well-defined level in it. It's uniform. That's why it's very difficult. Writing a letter is the same, whether you're at an engineer level, so there's no descriptor on that one. Then we go on to Group C, which is now impact of engineering activities. At this stage now, I want you to demonstrate that, like what we said on outcome number 2, you have come up with solutions and you are saying, okay, this is how it's going to impact the society. Are you considering the environment? Are you considering socio-economic aspects? Are you considering the regulatory standards that govern the profession that you are acting on? This is where now I want you to be able to show or demonstrate to me that you can recognize and address any social, cultural, environmental. And you find that even the new form now talks about technical impact. So are you able to identify those? Can you show to me that, okay, this solution has got so much impact on social, so much impact on environmental, and this is how I mitigate this, this is how I've measured the risk, and this is how I mitigate the impact of that risk. This is where I want you to demonstrate that knowledge now. Then after that, I want you to also show me that within that impact, you are able to show me that you can meet all the legal and regulatory requirements in terms of protection of the health and the environment, the safety of the people that you are working on, also even the safety of the people that you are serving. That's why you find that when a building collapses or something happens, unless if it's proven beyond doubt that it was an accident, then ECSA says we have revoked the professional registration of this person because he couldn't demonstrate that there's this impact and he has met all the regulatory requirements in terms of safety of the people and safety of the people that they are saving and safety of the people that are working on that site. So this is Group C. This is the impact in terms of the legal requirements, and also the social, cultural, and environmental effects on your solution. So when you're defining your solution, you need to think ahead. Okay, this solution, will it fit into this aspect? Will it jeopardize on this aspect, or will it enhance on this aspect? So that's what we are going to discuss on. Then Group D, we now want to see if you can act ethically and have that sound judgment and take responsibility of what you are implementing. How do you conduct your engineering activity ethically? So in this aspect also, I don't have a descriptor because ethics are the same, whether you're operating at engineers level or a specified category, ethics is the same. Following code of conduct is the same, whether you're an engineer or a specified category. So engineering code of conduct is the same for everyone, regardless of the category. Hence, we don't have a level descriptor. So you need to know the code of conduct, ECSA code of conduct. You also need to know the stems that are within the code of conduct. What do they mean? And how can you also adhere to that? It's just not reading the code of conduct, but also demonstrating in your practice that you are able to follow the code of conduct. And you see now from Group C, we were talking about the environment and safety of people, and the code of conduct is reminding you that you need to bear in mind in terms of the environment, in terms of sustainability, and to protect the people as well. So, and act ethically in a way that is sound and also considered competent. So when we're done with the outcomes, I'll tell you a bit of the shortcomings that we find in terms of assessing those applications, so that I can give you a hide into that. Then outcome number 9, this is where I want you to exercise sound judgment. Remember, we said competency start from the foundation, then it goes to reflex, where you can adapt with the situation, but still be able to apply knowledge that you have learned from school. Then after the reflex competence, then you go to the applied competence, which we are looking at. So in the applied competence, we are saying now, you should be able to even exercise sound judgment. Even in the course of not having full information, you should be able to say, talent, I can foresee a challenge here, 1, 2, 3, even if I don't have full information. And this is how we're going to mitigate this problem, and this is how we're going to resolve it. To the extent that one day when that thing happens, you are the savior. People will be like, hey, well done. You knew this even before it happens. I'm not talking about being a prophet. I'm talking about being able to articulate your experience and able to see challenges in your level of descriptor and the category that you are working in, to say, I can foresee a problem here, and because of 1, 2, 3, even without full body of knowledge or evidence, we are able to judge and see prior to something happening. Are you able to demonstrate that to me? Then, are you able to put up mitigation measures? Are you able to put corrective measures towards what you have foreseen? And then number 10 is one which is linked to outcome number 2 and 3. Here, I want you to show that you are responsible in taking decisions. Have you consulted with your supervisor? Have you consulted with peers that are working in the same industry to just say, hey, you know what, I've done this project. Can you just verify for me and rubber stamp it for me? Have you done your calculations to check impact? You find that on this outcome, I think outcome 2 and 10, the form says attach calculations, because we want for you to see that I have checked the impact of this solution and I am guaranteeing that this is the most feasible solution. That's demonstrating that you are a responsible person. You just don't put a solution and throw it to the next end user to use without making like a thorough check and decision taking and being responsible as a competent person. So this is outcome number 10. Number 11, it doesn't have a descriptor as well, because we just want to see, are you developing professionally? So before you register, we call it initial professional development. If we are registered, we call it continual professional development. So IPD or CPD, but it works the same. It's just a terminology before and a terminology after. So with this one, on outcome number 11, I want you to demonstrate that you have been developing yourself from the day of graduation. You just didn't stop, because technology changes. There are things that move with time, things changes, and you need to embrace yourself and be able to align yourself. So you have to take activities that are accredited by ECSA through the voluntary associations and further develop yourself. And on this also, even if you are still developing yourself, I want to see and you demonstrate that you have a philosophy of how you're going to continuously developing yourself. And that philosophy, how is it supported by your employer, and how are you going to marry between your employer's philosophy and your philosophy so that you can develop as a person. So there's no level descriptor here. It's your program that you have to give into us. So this is what we look into, and also the programs that you have taken academically from when you graduated to the time of your assessment. All right. So before I go into this now, I want to talk about small issues that we find difficult in applications. You find that on outcome number 2, we are saying, give us options. Someone says option 1 is to do nothing. That's not an engineering solution. You are not solving engineering problems if you don't do anything, because I know in some industry they say solution is to do nothing, but with us that doesn't work, because we are saying give me engineering solutions, and doing nothing is not an engineering solution. The other one is where we find people, they do professional development maybe in one area, but you find that your area you need to develop in engineering spaces, you need to develop in managerial spaces, you also need to develop in computer spaces. So when you are choosing your professional development, don't choose it one-sided, because you find that you have a form that has got 3 activities only on top, and then it's difficult to fill in the other activities. Then we feel like, okay, you are not yet fully developed, because or you might not be able to continuously develop yourself. Even your philosophy then becomes an issue towards that. Then the other problem is that you find that, oh, talent said I must show impacts and calculations. Then they go and say, oh, okay, I had to check the volume of water in this tank. Then the volume is given by height times width. Okay, is it at your level descriptor? It's true, volume, anyone can calculate volume. Can I say you are professionally registered at a broadly defined because you have shown me that you are able to calculate volume? Can a foreman not do that? Can my grade 7 kid not do that? Can I then register them because they have managed to calculate volume for me? So think outside the box. What can I do to prove that I have competence and I am applying things that I've learned at national diploma level? So it's not just any qualification, it's at national diploma level that distinguish you from a foreman, that distinguish you from a layman, that distinguish you from an ordinary person who's just working on your site or working in your office. Because even an administrator can calculate volume. So this is where now you have to demonstrate that you are at a well-defined level, you are at a broadly defined level, you are at a complex level. So within your level descriptor also then assumes or tell you in terms of the calculations that you need to show me in terms of your impact. If you want to prove to me that you are dealing with complex issues, then I need to see complex calculations. If you are telling me that you are dealing with broadly defined area, then I also need to see impacts checked at a broadly defined level. So that's where the problem is. Now, someone will say, but my application was rejected, but I showed calculations, I've showed the impact, I've showed the options. Yes, you have showed me an option 1, which is to do nothing. You have showed me calculations for calculating volume, which I can even give to my high school kid to do. You see, so you have shown me what you are saying, you have shown me, but it's not at a well-defined level for me to say you are operating at that level. You are applying your diploma level. You are applying things that could have been done by someone without even a diploma. Then I cannot register you as a competent person because I'm looking at a well-defined level, a broadly defined level, or a complex level. So those are some of the issues that we gather, but we'll look into on the question and answer session. I'll explain further what I'm looking at. So in terms of degree of responsibility, remember we said when you have 3 years, at least 1 year should be at level E. The level E is at a performing level. Let me tell you one thing that how it works. So a degree of responsibility, it doesn't matter whether you are registering at engineer and technologist or technician, they work the same. So I'm saying at level A, I'm thinking you are coming from school, you graduated, you have a lot of academic knowledge, but you don't even know how to apply it. At this stage, you're just coming to a company, they've introduced you, they've done an induction for you, how things work at the company. Now you are still observing how other people or engineers are working, and you see the processes that are being applied. You know, your work competent practitioners, how are they relating and conducting themselves? At this point, you are just being exposed and you are just still observing. We don't expect you to be doing wonders and all those things. So that's level number A. So level number B, you are starting to get the jinx of the matters now. You are able to perform now relating to what other practitioners are doing that are competent. You are able to follow and apply your knowledge now. You are able to take those principles, those calculations that you learned at national diploma or degree level. You are able to perform them under close supervision, where each stage you are going back to your professional registered engineer and say, hey, is this correct? Am I doing it right? What else did I miss? You are there. You are now assisting them. They are now giving you some of these small calculations to do and say, okay, go and check this impact for me. And then they take your input and put it into the report and say, okay, acknowledge this was done by talent as assisting the competent person. And this is through close supervision. Number C, you are a year or two now and you're fast learning and you're now able to perform specific tasks without or with minimum supervision. You're able to go and say, okay, let me go and do the impact check on you for this theorem. And also I'm going to check the environmental impact. I'm going to check this and this. Then you go home, you do it on your own without supervision. You come back and say, this is what I've got, and the person goes and check and say, okay, well done. This is good. They take it in, they put it into the report. You are now participating without or with minimum supervision. At D, you are now performing. Now you are getting to that person who's now a seniority or able to articulate what is happening. You're able to perform tasks and get approval. Just to confirm your outputs without even supervision. You are now contributing to the body. You are now doing things on your own. You are able to also even show other junior people what can be done, because you are at a point where you can participate, where you can work on your own without supervision or minimum supervision. Then at level E, you are now at a responsible level where you can perform on your own without supervision, and you can even recommend solution and outputs. Even before you register, you can even recommend to competent practitioners to say, I think here you missed 1, 2, 3, or madam, I think you missed 1, 2, 3. You are now performing at your own level. You can recommend outputs. You are responsible. You are accountable. You can take responsibility of your work. You can show all those levels now to say, okay, I've done this. I've checked. These are the disadvantages. These are the advantages. These are the impact. These are my calculation to verify or to support my notion, and this is the solution I'm going with because it has got this social benefit, this economic benefit, this environmental benefit, and it's sustainable. You are able to perform at that level on your own, and you are able to take accountability, and you are saying, okay, I've checked with someone who's competent and they've rubber stamped my work. I've checked with my supervisor and they are good to go. You are performing on your own and you are taking accountability of your work. So this is the progression to responsibility that we are saying at 1 year. So we are saying before you register, you should demonstrate to me that at least for a full year, you are working at level E. Because already this is the level of competence. This is where you are demonstrating that you are competent and I can let you go in the industry on your own. So the problem that we get on this one, you find someone, first year, they are already saying they are at E. Then their report is just E. Then you read the experiential report in terms of the things that they were doing. Then you find, okay, they were still at A, they were still at B, and they were not even at E. And we can put you in abeyance because of that. You are not yet at that level. So don't just put it in because you are asked which level are you. Assessors will still go and reassess you in terms of the degree of responsibility. So in as much as your outcomes are important, even also your training experiential reports are, and training and experience report are important because they are going to be used by the assessors to verify whether you were participating at level E. It's not just you putting level E and assessors will take your word for it. No, they have to evaluate and see that surely this person was working at level E. So in an honesty report, I should be seeing level A, B, how you develop from A, B, C, D up to E, and it should relate to what you have written there. So even if you are working at one company and you find that this is what other people always ask, if I was working at one company and I have one experiential report, how do I show that I was working at A, B, and C? You break it down also to yourself to say you are still at the same company, and you think, okay, the first year maybe you are at level A and B. You break it to say period 1, still at the same company from this year to this year. I was working at A and B, and this is what I was doing. Then second year, I was now at C and D, and this is what I was. It's now considered as a training period number 2. Then number 3, I was at E, and for the last year, I was doing 1, 2, 3. You can break it down like that, even though you are at one company. It doesn't matter. You can still show that this is training experience period 1, 2, and 3. Even if you are seconded to another company to get to level D, you show it, you break it down like that. It doesn't matter that you are on one company, so you have to be limited to this. So that's a takeaway as well. So a progression of competence level, like we were saying, you just appreciating. How do you develop? You start by appreciating. You start by putting up your knowledge, now applying the knowledge that you have worked into the subject matter, and also understanding the matter that you are working into, and you know, demonstrating that you have sufficient knowledge underpinning that area of study or subject matter. Then the next part is like, now you have that experience to indicate and independently work on your own under minimum supervision, and you're able to process certain processes that are considered, whether in terms of regulation or in terms of your company, how do they operate and all those things. And then lastly, now you are capable of working on your own independently, at most with the limited guidance, and being able to process and perform processes that require decision taking, and also be able to check with your supervisor to show that you are responsible and you're able to be accountable of the processes and the nature of work that you are considering. So now this is where we are talking about complexity, broadly defined and well-defined level. I'm going to give you scenarios before I dive into this now. So in most engineering problems, you find that you work with everyone or every level descriptor. I'll give you an example. When the engineers that are designing robots, the person who's the chief engineer who is designing that robot is going to calculate, use artificial intelligence, use very complex equations where it involves physics, chemistry, mathematics, the theory of structures, you know, and he's coming up with this robot, how it's going to move one step at a time, and it's going to assist in this area. Those who are doing industrial engineering, you know what I'm talking about when you're talking about lean services, where you design robots that are supposed to deliver equipment at the same time and very specific time, so that you minimize waste and consider a safe and environment friendly earth, which is sustainable. This person is all doing the mathematics, the calculation, checking the aerodynamics of the robot and the fitment of the robot. He is the engineer working at complex level. Then there is another engineer who is in the workshop, who is making sure that this robot is assembled correctly, coordinating the electrical engineers, the mechanical engineers, making sure that it's properly functional and it's according to the specified drawings, and checking with the chief engineer whether they are on course. If there is any alteration, going back to the chief engineer to say, okay, we cannot fit this in the workshop. I think we need to adjust it like this, get the adjustment drawing, get it done, make it happen. This person is working at a broadly defined level. He's coordinating various groups and various engineers and making sure that the robot goes according to the specified design. Then there is an engineering technician who is the electrician or the mechanical fitter or I don't know which other industrial engineer who's doing the actual fitment. This person is not even thinking about the formulas and the calculations that went through, or why is this robot having a funny shape. He doesn't care. This person just knows, okay, aerodynamics was done and this is the best solution to this robot. My duty is to just follow this standard, fit it in, make sure that it works, perform the checks, make sure that it works before it's dispatched. He's just seated there. He's doing one thing or two things at a time. He's still coordinating with the electrical, mechanical personnel, but he's working at a well-defined level. He doesn't have to go further than that broadly. If there's a broad aspect, he calls his flow engineer to say that technologist and say, oh, can you verify with the chief engineer? I think we cannot fit this. You understand? So this is at a well-defined level now. You are doing one thing prescribed in a prescribed way, and you are guided by someone who's broader and even at a complex level. Then below that person, there is someone who's just going to come and test the robot. This is specified category. This person doesn't even know how it's assembled. He doesn't even know how it was designed, but he's just there to check if the robot meets the regulatory requirements. It's like lift inspectors. They don't even manufacture the lift. Once the lift is done, they come and inspect. These are specified categories. People who are just specifically doing a narrow thing only. It's like laboratory technician. He doesn't care how the soil is developed or where you got it. He just wants to check what is this soil type, give you a response, and this I categorize this soil as this classification because of 1, 2, 3 reasons. How you get it, how you gonna use it, it doesn't involve you. He's just specifically for that. They are there to also assess and inspect medical equipment. They are not worried about how it was developed. They just want to come and check if it works and if it meets the regulatory requirements and the health requirements. That's it. They are performing at a specified category. If you ask that person to say, can you show me the calculation of how the aerodynamics was done? They wouldn't be able. They won't. If you check someone at a well-defined level, can you show me how this complex equation were solved? They wouldn't be able to say. They will refer you back to the chief engineer that did that because they are not working at a complex level. At a broadly defined level, yes, they might be able to say, oh, okay, I think these equations were done in so way to achieve 1, 2, 3. They might have that understanding because they are working at a broadly defined level. But if you ask them to start from it on scratch, at that complex level, they are not able. So these are the examples that I wanted to give you so that you understand. I work in treatment plants. I'm the process engineer. I'm doing wastewater treatments. My involvement is at a complex level. My calculation involves the biological component of the sewer. It involves the movement of matter, which is physics. It involves the chemical reaction of the sewer, which is chemical engineering, a bit of chemical engineering. I'm working at a complex level where someone has to be trained and take a lot of efforts and knowledge, underpinning knowledge and practice and experience to get to that combination. I'm able to tell you that if this sewer comes from this stage until to this level, it needs these processes. I'm able to gather all those processes and tell you the units that you need to put, how big and which size and all those things. I'm working at a complex level. Then I have my RE, who's just now able to come and build and say, Dr. Banda specified a concrete structure of this size and this. His knowledge is not about to defend or assess why I had to implement it like that. He is able to follow and take the prescribed drawings and able to implement it. If there's a correction measure that needs to be on site, I'm reluctant and know that he's working at a broadly defined level. He can come up with solution, coordinate with all the other people that are involved, the mechanical engineer, mechanical, electrical, and process engineers, and come up with a solution on site and able to implement it. He's working at a broadly defined level. Then there is an RE, assistant RE, who is just helping the RE with maybe assessing only structural details. There is also another RE who's just working on maybe mechanical detail. That person is now working at a well-defined level. He's not coordinating anything. He's not reformulating much. He's just there to work at a prescribed level, implement prescribed standards, implement prescribed drawings and theories, and move on at that well-defined level. Then I have someone who's a clerk of works, who's recording quantities, who's recording performing tests like slump test on concrete, who's doing the cube test, who's doing the density test. This person, he's working at a specified level. So these are some of the experiences and exposures and examples that I can give so that when I explain these descriptors, it's going to be easier. So let's dive into these descriptors now. So what is complex level? Step one is to identify the engineering problem, which we all know, like we were saying, when you follow those outcomes. Then, is the problem an engineering problem? This is what I was explaining. If you talk about volume of material or a volume in terms of water, is it an engineering problem? You have to ask yourself, before you even look into the descriptor, is it an engineering problem? Can someone who's not even having an engineering qualification, can you not solve it in that manner? Then, does the problem require in-depth fundamental and specialized engineering knowledge? Like I was saying, there are some which require a complexity, understanding, and knowledge, where it's a combination of elements. Or does it just have a broadly defined level? Or is it a well-defined level? Or is it a specified category? So what is it that is a complex issue? The problem has to be ill-posed, under or over-specified, and requires identification or refinement. This problem is at a high level. It includes component and parts of sub-problems. So in a matter of me treating sewer, I have to talk about biological reactions, which is a part or a sub-problem. I have to talk about chemical reaction, which is a sub-problem. I have to talk about transportation of matter, which is sub-problem of physics. I don't have to make my solids settle. I have to make sure that they are suspended at a very optimum velocity. These are complex issues. I have to control order and and make sure that even the product that I'm giving back into the society, it's not still contaminated. This is a complex problem. And the solutions are not obvious, which is part E of this criteria. They require originality and analysis and fundamentals of how you're going to solve the problem. They are not always specific. They are not always correct. That's why you find someone can determine a robot that is different from another but solving the same problem, because the solutions are always not clear or straightforward at complex level. Then they require information from various sources and abstracts to be able to complete the problem. So that's why you find that someone who's doing complex issues, if you say investigate outcome number 1, they can write 10 pages in terms of the sources that they have put in place just to solve that complex problem. And if you look at someone who's working at a well-defined level, maybe they've got 3 or 4 sources, because their problem is not complex. It doesn't require sub-components. It's maybe mainly on one area and one aspect alone. Then the decision requires judgment in decision making and uncertain context, and also said there is significant consequence in the range of context also in terms of the risk, the failures, and also the protection of people and the society. So this is the complex problem. We have defined the scope of the activities of complex problem. I don't think we have to really dwell much on this one. I have gathered that correctly. It's a multiple facet of issues that include equipment, material, and technologies. It's very, very significant. It requires significant resources and people and even money. So you find that complex problems are always very difficult and also very expensive to implement. So there is also complex interaction of people and wide range of conflict, technical issues, engineering issues. There is a lot that has to be discussed in terms of challenges that relate to time, infrastructure, resources, facilities, applicable laws, standards, and codes. You see, when I'm saying I'm involved in complex issues, when I'm doing a treatment plant, there is the biological matter, which is different from engineering regulations. I have to look into health issues as well. So it's a complex matter because I have to discuss with people that are even outside my area of expertise. I have to do chemical issues. I have to see the methane gas that I'm going to produce on my sewer plant. Is it relevant? Is it able to be used? How am I going to treat it? I have to talk to people that did chemical engineering and also competent in that area who are experts as well. And also people from fire. How do I protect that the methane doesn't explode or catch fire? So what are the standards in terms of law and regulation of fire protection and all those things? So it's not only now civil or engineering regulations and laws that I'm looking into because I'm dealing with a complex issue. Let's go to broadly defined. Broadly defined is just take just one level back from complexity. Just think of one issue back from complexity. Like the way we were explaining, someone has designed it for you, you are implementing it, or you even designed it, but it doesn't apply to all those complex issues. Maybe it's one or two issues involved, which are broad in aspect, but not very, very complex. So there is coherent in the knowledge that you need to apply, the underpinning knowledge. Maybe you're moving from one aspect to the other in terms of the things that you have learned from school. Maybe you are applying, I would refer to you as, because I'm a civil engineer, maybe I'm applying things from drawing and wastewater treatment and maybe theory of structures. I'm maybe understanding the issues relating to structural engineering and also water engineering. It's broad, but it's not very complex. There's coherence and alignment in terms of moving between one area to the other, but it's things that are within my area of study. I don't know if it makes sense now. Complexity, you are even going outside your study where you have to engage with people that are outside your study and also take into consideration what they prescribe into your solution. So the problem is still imposed and also requires a refinement in terms of technological area. It encompasses systems within complex engineering system problems. Like I said, it has got an element of complexity, but not to a broad extent to that of complex level like engineers. There is a bit of complexity because you are navigating between industries and between different technologies and knowledge and innovation just to come up with your engineering solutions. So that's why you find that technologists, it's very difficult also to attain for other people who are working in specific areas. I won't mention it, but because now we need that coherent in that understanding of movement between different subject matters. Then you find that then your application comes back and say, no, you are at a well-defined level. Then you don't understand it. But I'm performing, I'm doing this. Yes, you are performing, but to a specific item and a prescribed way that doesn't have that coherence of movement between subject matters and knowledge that underpins those subject matters. So I think I've done justice to the broadly defined knowledge, and then it also requires judgment and decision making in terms of the interface between other areas and what you have learned and able to apply. It also have significant consequences in terms of the practice area, but may not extend widely or extend widely, but not to the complexity level. Okay, so relate this to the problems or the examples that I've given you. So it will still require you to link between different technologies and changes and being able to adapt to new technologies. It also have a wider complex context, but not as the engineers. It requires teamwork as well, but maybe at a related interfaces and maybe within the space of your practices. It might be multidisciplinary, but within the area of your practice. Then it also required a resolution of matters arising outside your area, but occasionally it's not always that you have conflicting issues. They are there, but it's not always. It also constrained by available technology and also time, resources, facility, and applicable laws. There is significant risk and consequences, like I said, on a broadly defined level, but it cannot be narrated in a similar context with the complex level. Then, well-defined level, this is where it explains it. It's mainly by practical engineering knowledge that underpins a related theory. It doesn't say theories. If you look back to this one, it says theories and technologies. This one, it says theory. So it's singular in a way that you are working on a matter that is subject related. That is, you are within one space. You are not, there's no much coherent in what you are doing. There's no much interface between subject matters in what you are doing. This is solutions that are discrete, focused on tasks within engineering systems. It's more of a routine and frequently encountered and maybe unfamiliar, but in a familiar context. So you are always doing one thing and all over again. Maybe you are just focusing on roads. Of course, you can have another road that is winding, another one which is straight, but it's roads. It's unfamiliar context, but it's in your familiar area of work. So it might have a cause of a challenge, but it's not that much out of your context. And it can be solved in a standardized way or a prescribed way. You can follow certain prescribed way. You can go to companies, they've got way that are prescribed of doing things. You can follow that and still get it right. It encompasses standards, codes, document, procedure. Sometimes requires authorization when you're working outside your limits. It requires information that is concrete and largely complete, but require a little bit of cracking and understanding in terms of supplementing the knowledge that you require. But most of your work, you abstract from documents that are there. You don't really think too much outside the box. It's just being able to articulate, to say, this is the theory I need to apply, and this is how I apply it, and you follow that theory, and you're able to solve a problem. So this is at a well-defined level. This is people who are from diploma level. You might find people who are also coming with a BTech or engineering degree, but are not working at a broadly defined or complex level, but they are working at a well-defined. They can still register as a technician. Even if you have a B-Eng and you are not working on the two descriptors that we have said, you can also qualify on a well-defined engineering problem and you register as a technician. Then it requires practical judgment and practice in evaluating solutions and considering interface with other role players. We might have different stakeholders in your work area, but it's not as wide as broadly defined or complex level. You are able to deal with others and make sure that you can inherit or accommodate contributions from others. Okay, so this is the well-defined aspect. We have discussed muchly about this. I don't want to waste your time on that. Okay, this is the first. Remember the first slide I said it's the second challenging. This is the first challenging. Okay, but I will try and explain it in a way that is difficult. So mainly after this, before this slide, this is where I normally pose questions and ask people if they understood the three descriptors in terms of well-defined, complex, broadly, and specified. But we'll get the jinx of that towards the end. But let me confuse you further in a way, but also making sure that everyone else walk away today understanding this. This is the registration process. And so that when you apply, you at least also understand where your application is. And if you get a response, you are able to relate it to which stage you are. So when you send your application now, you send it through the portal. There's a checklist that you need to follow and make sure that you have considered that checklist and you have submitted everything so that the administrative screening can be successful. Otherwise, they cannot send your application for assessment because they are missing things, they are missing documents. And at this stage also, please encourage your referees to send their reports. Remember, they're going to send them directly. But if they don't receive them at ECSA, they cannot send your report for experiential appraisal. Even if your part has been done completely, they have to wait for those reports to come in. Normally, once they have 2 reports, they will send it through, but we recommend that send 3 reports in just in case, but 2 are sufficient for your application. Then when it's complete administrative screening is done, they will also confirm with you with an email to say we have received your application and it's ready for appraisal. And they will give you a list of all these stages that is going to go for appraisal. It's going to go for this and this and this until to the end of your application. This is the diagram that they will be trying to simplify in terms of your stages. So let's start with the candidate side. When you acquire your educational qualifications and you feel like, okay, I want to register candidates, there isn't much to discuss about it. You fill up the form, you attach your qualifications and your transcript, you prove that you have acquired the knowledge. They do administrative screening as well to check if you have attached everything, you have paid. Also of importance, have you paid the registration fee? Then we send your application to a delegated committee from the CEO. Then they approve that, and then you are registered. Or you are refused if maybe your educational requirements or educational achievements are not meeting the category that you want to register, or maybe they meet the category, but maybe your institution is not accredited. So there are 2 issues. If your institution is not accredited, whether you have a degree or not, but it's not accredited, you can also refuse candidates. So that's simple. Then if you come to professional registration, like I said, when your application is in, it goes administrative screening, the checklist, they check if everything is done, and also they check the payment. Currently, it's about 5,000 if you are already a candidate, and about 10,000 if you are not yet a candidate or previously registered in category. Then you go on to experience appraisal, which is called EA stage. At this, they will send your application to 4 different peer reviewers. This in your category and also in your field of area of experience, so that they are also knowledgeable in what you are writing. Then the 4 peers will send back their reports independently. Then the reports, if they have competence indicated with a minimum of 3, you take the green route, you go straight to moderation. A moderator is just there to check if the experiential appraisal was done perfectly. If they are satisfied, they put it back to the system, they sign it off. Normally it's 2 peers who do moderation. Then they recommend for professional review. When you do professional review, they call you, okay, you have passed the EIA, you're coming for review, they set up a date for you. Then when you come through, they get you 3 peers in your field. They prior give them the application so that they go through professional reviews conducted just to demonstrate competence. So EIA, you are indicating competence because you are not demonstrating, you are indicating it on paper. So the experiential appraiser, they cannot say you have demonstrated competence, they say you have indicated competence because they are seeing it on paper. They are not able to articulate if it's you or you are able to narrate what you have written on paper. So then professional review, you have to demonstrate it now. This is verbal, it's no longer written. So you have 2 elements of this conduct professional review. You do your presentation, which is normally 15 minutes. You'll be talking, presenting to us. Then after that, we probe you on the 11 outcomes. We question those 11 outcomes. We make sure that, okay, you are aware of what you wrote in the report. You are able to articulate it even if we speak to you. Sometimes we find that most people are even better with professional review because some people are not good writers, but they can talk. They can articulate what they are doing, and you find it easier when they are talking it verbally than writing it. Then vice versa. Some people are very good in writing, but they are not able to discuss it, So competence, like I said, you have to demonstrate competence so that you are able to communicate clearly. It's also part of that aspect of competence. Then the professional review, if you get 2 or more recommendations, then your application goes through. And then before that, it also goes to moderation to just check if also the professional review was done correctly. But this moderation also checks from administrative screening, check if something was not missed. This is the final check, if the EIA was done properly, EIA moderation was done properly, review was done properly. This is the person who just certifies everything and say, okay, you are good to go, you can be registered. And then you receive your lovely letter from ECSA saying your outcome has been, you are registrable and you are competent enough. Please wait for your confirmation in terms of your certificate, and then they'll upload it also on the website, and you are happy and you share with your loved ones. Then let's take the second scenario where let's go to EIA. Let's say out of the 4, 2 came and say, no, this person is not registerable. So it's a 50-50 now. 2 are saying maybe you pass, but 2 are saying you are not registerable. Okay, it's not an issue. We don't discard you. We take you for an interview. So this is where people say, oh, I had 2 interviews, and someone say, no, I only had 1. The other one, it's called interview. It's not a professional review. It's interview to complement your experiential appraisal. So that's why you find it's called EIA interview. It's not a review. So in this area, we are saying, okay, maybe this one couldn't write nicely. Let's hear this person out. Let's hear the applicant out. Maybe they are able to explain to us. Then we'll ask you the outcomes that you couldn't make right on experiential appraisal. It has got nothing to do with review. And you find that if you failed maybe 3 outcomes, we concentrate only on those 3 outcomes. And your letter will also explicitly say which outcomes are lacking so that you can prepare on that. Let's say, for argument's sake, you passed the interview. Oh, okay, maybe he couldn't just explain it on writing. He passed. Then the reviewers who did the interview, they recommend that EA has been passed. Then it goes to the professional review. Professional reviews, it follows the green route if you pass. If you fail the professional review, it becomes a negative recommendation. It still goes through moderation. Then they report that it's a refusal. It goes to central registration for discussion and endorsement that surely it's a refusal, or maybe something was not done rightly. They can refuse it back and say, go back and re-interview this person or reconsider this person. Then after that, if they agree, you get a refusal and it's endorsed, and then the applicant is given back a refusal, and then when you are ready, you go back and you start all over again. Okay, let's go back to the EIA interview. Let's say you didn't pass the EIA interview, and maybe they say, okay, this person maybe just needs another year to develop. The moderators can then, the reviewers can recommend to the moderator that, okay, this person, I think if we give them a year, they can catch up with what is lacking. They keep your application in abeyance. Abeyance, it means that you are just given additional time to rework on your application, on the deficit that you are lacking. Maybe they can tell you only the outcomes that you are lacking and keep it in abeyance. When you come back, your engineering report, you address those outcomes only, you submit it, then they attach it, they assess it again and see if you have satisfied those outcomes, then the process continues. So when your application is in abeyance, you don't rewrite everything. You just update your engineering report, especially on the outcomes that are lacking, or if anything significant has changed during your abeyance. You also then need just one additional referee to just consider the gap that you between your application and where you are. And if there is training and experience report just for that 1 year that you're in abeyance, then the rest you keep on with your same application and you don't pay any new application fee. But if you were refused, like we said, when you restart, you pay your application fees again. In abeyance, you don't. Then it comes back. When the abeyance letter comes, it will even tell you the date that you need to send back your.
I can't hear this.
May we kindly mute our mics, Itumeleng?
Okay, I'll proceed.
Thank
So
you.
the abeyance letter will also tell you in terms of when you need to submit the outstanding documents. It will also prescribe which documents you need to submit. If you miss that time, then your application falls off. But if you need additional time, you are supposed to write to ECSA prior to your abeyance getting elapsed, so that they can give it to a peer reviewer to check if you really need that time, or if you are just taking a chance. If you really need the time, the peer reviewer will recommend that, okay, please give them the time. It's understandable. Then they will tell you that, okay, you have been extended. But normally it's 12 months. You can get a abeyance of 6 months. You can get up to 12 months. It also depends with the moderator to say the lacking outcomes, can it be achieved within 6 months? If yes, they will say 6 months. If not, they'll say yeah, but the maximum is 12 months. But if you feel that you have managed to cover the deficit even before 12 months, you are able to resubmit before the 12 months expires. It doesn't mean that you have to wait until the 12 months to resubmit. Maybe it's one outcome that is lacking that you can achieve quickly, you can do that. So then if it comes back, it goes back to moderation, to appraisal, they check, it goes to moderation, they check, it goes to peer review, if positive, register, if not, a rejection. If it's a negative outcome from EA moderation, then it doesn't go from to professional review. Let's say you failed your experiential appraisal, you failed completely. It just goes for professional moderation. Just remember, we said professional moderation is not only for the professional review, it's also to check the whole application from the start to the finish. That's why it still goes to PR moderation to just endorse the refusal, and then to Central Registration Committee, and then it back to the applicant. So the peer reviewer, professional review moderator, he has got a right to say maybe something was not done properly on experiential appraisal. He has the right to turn it back to the moderators and the appraisal, the peer reviewers, to say, guys, you need to look into 1, 2, 3, or you missed 1, 2, 3, or I think it's not talking to each other. Your assessments are very far apart. Because there is that, even though we do it separately, because of the training and the standards that we follow, we should be able to say, if you give me the similar application, I should give you somewhere close to the same results. That's why even us as peer reviewers, we are also monitored by ECSA. There's a chart where they match you with people, they see how you perform If you are an outlier, they match you another group and see if you, until you get it right. If not, they even sit down with you to say, okay, maybe there's something wrong here. What is it that you are not doing right? So our peer reviews are normally similar or very close to similar. So the moderator has to just check if there was no an outlier or something that was not right, and he can retain it based on the policy and say, reconsider, please call back the applicant and interview or reassess 1, 2, 3 and proceed with the application. So this is how it's done. Then at every at an annual review stage, remember, like we said, ECSA is also reviewed by Council of Built Environment. They also have to send their performance per each cycle to say, the June cycle, we have managed to register so much people, we've managed to refuse so much people, and what was the main reasons for refusals, what is the trend, and the influx. Right now we have a very big influx because people are now forced to register. So all those numbers, they need to be considered to the Council of Built Environment. Even when they want to change the application fees and all those things, they have to report and get approval and motivate why is it so costly to get your application done. So this is it. This is the issue. I think next time on our next presentation, guys, I think we need to work on the application when it's deregistered. So when you are deregistered for any other reason, now you have to sort out that reason, whether it's paying your annual fees, it's fine, you pay. But after paying, you don't just get activated. You write a small report, you go for professional review. We are just checking if you are still operating at that same level descriptor and you are competent enough, or you are continuing that competence. We also check your CPD cycle, and if it's in order, then we re-register you. So it's no longer automatic that I paid my fees and I can be registered. So don't be surprised if you are re-registered. There's a form for re-registration and you go for a small interview. It's not as thorough it's not as hectic as first application, but it has to be done to just confirm that you are still at a competency level, depending on what is the matter. And some matters are not even considered for re-registration. Let's say there was a failure of a building and people were killed and ECSA took out your certificate. That cannot be reversed. You can, I don't know, maybe in another world, but that's how it is. I think some people are familiar with this certificate. You have seen it even on candidates level, but there are just a few things that might have changed on candidates. There is your name, there is a category, which is professional engineer, professional technologist, or technician. There should be a registration date and also your registration number that is unique. And the first 4 digits shows the year that you were registered. It has got a barcode that you can scan, and someone can scan and verify if it's a genuine certificate. It's signed by the president of ECSA. It's also signed by the CEO. Remember, president is the council. ECSA has got a council which has got, I think, about 50 members, and within the 50 members, they elect their president, and that's the signature of that president. So this certificate is very, very valuable. And then it has got a profile number for ECSA that if they want to refer back to your application, they can locate your application easily because of that profile number. Then there's a hyperlink that is within these new certificates that someone can just click on it and it takes them back to confirm if it's a genuine certificate or not. Then the digital registration certificate, it's an interim measure. It's like a 2 legal person in ECSA offices can commission a copy of the digital certificate post verification by registration department. So even if companies wants to verify your registration, they can communicate to ECSA. ECSA can also do this electronic communication and also be able to confirm that. So it's governed by Section 18 of Electronic Communication and Transaction Act of 2002. For any confirmation of registration or ECSA certificate, these are the emails that you can email, and they will be able to respond to you. Okay, before we close, I just want to talk about the international register. So, like I said, the ECSA, it's also a stakeholder, a role player in the international space in terms of engineering act, and they also have to have like competence agreements and be a signatory in various competence agreements for the ease of allowing people for migration and working in different spaces or different countries. You know, I can be a consulting engineer in South Africa and still have a project in Australia. I should be able to come, do that and be recognized as a competent person in that country. So they have these agreements and accords that they sign internationally, so that when you, for mobility, when you are mobile or when you go to work in Australia, New Zealand, or all these countries that are on the same charter, you are able to go there and be recognized without re-registering the whole process. And if you want to register there, you don't go through all these experiential appraisals. There's a easier form that you fill in. They confirm with ECSA if your certificate is genuine. And then once it's confirmed, then they can just issue a new certificate there. You pay for the fees, and then you are a member, and then you have an additional certificate. So there are three of them, which talks to the engineers, technologists, and technicians. So let me just explain shortly. So the API, which is IPEA, it's for the engineers. So if you see someone with a title saying INT PE bracket SA, is just saying he's an international registered professional engineer, but he's done it through South Africa, because you find that if you migrate and you register maybe from Australia, it has to show which country are you from on terms of the international register. So then hence you put the SA in bracket. Then if you are a technologist, it's international engineering technologist, ET, SA. Then technician, remember, because we couldn't we wanted to distinguish the technologist and technician, we put an N in front of the ET so that it shows that it's a technician. And this is how it is. So how do you register on that one? You have to be registered in the category that you want to register internationally, also with ECSA first. You have to have the academic qualification that are recognized, and professionally registered in the relevant category, and a minimum of 7 years practical experience since graduation. If you are registering for ECSA, remember we said 3, but for international register, you have to have 7. So let's say you are very quick, you get your registration for ECSA within 3 years, you still have to practice for another 4 years to be able to be registered on international register. We also check if your CPD cycle is intact and it's correct and you are complying. Then we have also a minimum of 2 years at a responsible level. Remember, first at ECSA it's 1 year. At international register you have to have 2 years. Then continual professional development. This is what I was saying. CPD are done the cycle at 5 years, and you should be able to be okay on that. Okay, so they'll give you additional certificate also for international registration, ECSA. It's you don't just use your ECSA certificate, you get another ECSA. Yeah, so this is how it is. It's based on engineering, technologist, and technician. Okay, so you have to complete, since now we have more 4 years of over and above the 3 years that we have when you register, so we cannot take accountability of the 4 years. So on that, you have to complete a prescribed application form, which also then talk to your engineering report and summary of experience to complement those 4 years, so that we are able to see what were you doing within the other 4 years to get to the 7 years. We also need the referees report that are covering that 4 years. We check your record for CPD, then you pay your application fee, then we conduct the process in the similar manner where we give peer reviewers to look into it and then be able to consider you as internationally registered. So these are just the mutual agreement and recognitions that are there between countries. You find that with the engineers is the engineers of in like the Australian Accord, you have all the categories for the engineers. The Ireland one, you have all categories, and then the UK only applies to PRA Inch only. So if you want to go and work in Australia, any category can just be accepted. In Ireland, the same, but in UK, they don't acknowledge the rest of the categories except the engineers only. Okay, so there's that relationship which I was talking about in terms of voluntary associations. They offer, they are also governed by Engineering Council of South Africa as the mother board, but they have to function in terms of, voluntary associations and support ECSA. Those are the guys who are also helping ECSA with CPD programs. The ECSA, it's aeronautic, then the architectural, then the chemical, we have civil engineers, electrical, industrial engineers. I think the other one is mechanical. I think it's mining and metallurgy. Then CESA is the consultancy one, which is the board for consulting engineers. Then APATA, it's Institute for Professional Engineering Technologists, and then the rest are there. You can also check on what you call on Google all these other voluntary associations that are recognized by ECSA. That's why we've put a plus. We cannot capture all of them here, but these are the most common ones. And guess what? We are at the end of our presentation. We still have 30 long minutes for question and answers.
I'm going to have to cut it short, Dr. Banda, because it needs to include the demonstration of the application form. But let's see how it goes and how long we have Miss Malapile for. May I kindly request that we start with verbal questions by raise of hands, because I see that most of the questions have been answered on the chats. Thank you. We'll start with Nzako.
Basi.
You may come in.
Sorry, it's Tepang here.
Mhm.
Good morning.
Basi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Sorry,
you,
Nzapa.
Tepang.
I think we can cover the application form while we're still fresh, and then we take the questions thereafter.
Okay. That's
Right.
also fine. I see we don't have a lot so
Yeah.
far, so we have 4. Yeah, you can go ahead, Tepang.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Banda.
Okay.
Can everyone see what I'm sharing?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
All right. Thank you and good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Tepang. I'm the manager now responsible for the registration business unit at ECSA. So for me, it's what I'm going to be demonstrating. It's what is requested by the registered the members applying for ECSA as professional technician to be submitting. So I was sent by the registration officer to come demonstrate the application form with you, because most of the applications that we're receiving for the applicants submitting application as professional technicians are not administrative complete, and then this it leaves us with a lot of applications that are not going into the processing because they are outstanding information. So what is important that the registration officers are mostly picking as the mistakes that are done by the professional technicians when submitting applications. Under the first page, it will be now the signature of the candidate. The applicant, also the commissioner of oath. The second page, colleagues, what it's been happening. So ECSA had your request regarding the number of referee reports that are needed to be submitted by the professional technician. So most of the professional technician, they submitted to ECSA that they don't have 3 ECSA registered people that are needed for submission of a professional technician. The documents at ECSA were reviewed, also the policy. So right now you will see that in the newly reviewed application form, the professional technician is able to submit 2 ECSA referee report, at least 1 from a referee or a mentor that is registered with ECSA. So the second one doesn't need to be registered. Your application is at ECSA with 3 referees that are ECSA registered. It's still good to go. Thank you. And then also the declaration that needs to be signed by the commissioner of oath or the police station. The tertiary qualification form also need to be filled and then signed by the applicant. The training and experience report, the one it's important. We received training and experience report that are only signed by, apologies for that, that are only signed by the supervisor. When it's clear, there's a part for a supervisor and the part for the applicant to sign and date the training and experience report. We have the training and experience outline. The training and experience outline, it's normally submitted by the applicants that will be now applying via the alternative route because their experience will be more than 10 years working experience. So if now you are submitting application with ECSA, because our requirements for professional technicians says 3 years working experience, minimum 3 years working experience after receiving your qualification. If you have more than 10 years, we know chances are that you won't have the signature from the supervisor that you were working with 10 years ago. So you submit training and experience outline for the experience that is more than 10 years, and then the recent 3 years working experience will be submitted in the training and experience report signed by both the applicant and the supervisors. Then you will see that the training and experience outline is only signed by the applicant because we are aware that chances are you might not get the signature from those supervisors that you worked with them 15 years ago. The engineering report. Signature applicant, date, signature. We find engineering reports that are only signed by the supervisor or mentor, and then we just wonder why the applicant is not signing. So these are some of the things that are now delaying the application to be processed at ECSA. So the training experience summary that must now align with the submitted training experience report and the TEO, the training and experience outline. Also signature of applicant and the date. The referee report, it's also part of the application. So you give this to the referee and then the referee submit. Email this to engineer@exa.co.za. Initial professional development report, Dr. Banda touched on that, signed by the applicant and then dated by the applicant. This, it's the form that we were talking about, the C18 Educational Development Report. It's clear that it's for the applicant that's not in possession of ECSA accredited national diploma and then wanting to submit application with ECSA as a professional technician, like Dr. Banda has now advised. And then this applicant can now prove that they have been performing their work at a well-defined engineering report. So without the national diploma, they are able to now submit the application with ECSA. But then because somebody who has a minimum and national diploma will be submitting the copy of their national diploma, this applicant will now attach the educational development report to their application in the absence of the national diploma. Okay. Signed applicant, mentor supervisor. Thank you. That will be all from my side. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Ms. Malapile. We'll now go to the Q&A, starting with the first person, which is Ntsako.
Basi, I think Dr. Banda wants to add something maybe on the application.
Oh, yes, I see.
Just said, yeah.
Dr. Banda.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to retaliate that because I once met an applicant who was busy writing the educational development report. That only applies when you're taking alternative route, if you don't have a benchmark qualification. So if you have a benchmark qualification, please omit that and delete it from your application. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Banda. Ntsako, you have the floor.
Thanks, Chair. Dr. Banda, afternoon, sir. I have 3 questions that I need to ask. I'll just be quick. The first one is, what if I state the do nothing solution and then clearly state the impacts that come with the do nothing? Does that not qualify as competency for outcome 1, outcome 2, outcome 9, and outcome 6? And then the second question, do I need to include equations or calculations on my TER, or is it only applicable on the engineering report? The third question, can I use a project that I was involved in before I was placed on abeyance for the abeyance submission? That's it from my side, Doc. Thanks.
Thank you.
Should I
Dr.
respond
Banda,
to
should
this
I
one?
take more?
I think let me respond to this because there are 3 already.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for that. The first one is, like we said, do nothing. I think I've explained why it's not. You can write it and take that risk. But like I'm saying, a peer reviewer will take it down because it's not an engineering solution. You are already trying to solve the problem. Why will you then tell me that not doing it is an option? Because the bottom line is that you are tasked to solve that problem. So why should you go be said, the employer says, go and solve this problem, and you come back and say, okay, first option is not to do anything, yet they've already sent you to go and do something. So it's not considered, it's not an engineering solution. Anyone can do nothing. So we want, remember, we are talking about level descriptor. If you want it at a well-defined level, is doing nothing considered as well-defined level? No. So it cannot be, whether it has got impact or not, it cannot be an option because it's not, I cannot put it at a level descriptor. Doing nothing, it can be done by anyone. Even a foreman can just leave and not do anything. Even a layman can just leave and not do that. So it cannot engineering. Anyway, it always have consequences of not doing anything. Then the second part is when you are saying, can you attach calculation on your training and experience report? Remember, the training and experience report, if it's the 3-year one, it says you must fill it up, I think, in 450 words. So if you put more on calculation, then you are making it unnecessarily long. You can put your calculation in your engineering report where necessary. If not, if you feel like you have a lot of qualification in your engineering report, you can refer to annex and say, please find the attached annex. Then you attach your calculations separately. It's also allowed. We will also consider that. As long as it's part of your application, you will be able to pick it up and refer to that. Then the last question was the abeyance. If you can use a project, some that you are doing in abeyance. Remember, your engineering report, you are not. It's easier to use one one project, but you are not specifically for one project. That's why I find that I can't remember if the technician form is also like that, but the technologist form, it even says period. So with each outcome, you even refer to which period, learning period are you, or experience period are you referring to. So you can use different outcomes and different reports and different projects, because you find that another outcome, maybe there was no ethical issues, but now you need to prove to me that there are ethical issues that you have encountered and you have know how to deal with it. So you can use a separate project. You mentioning it on the outcome that you are diverting to another project so that the peer reviewer can follow. Or maybe you find that a certain project that you are explaining is very good with calculations, but the impact is not very good. So you bring in another project. We just want to see that you are able to articulate to that outcome, not specifically on one project. So hence, if you have done another project in your abeyance that you feel it's much better than what you submitted, you can address the outstanding outcomes using your new project, but you just have to be clear so that the peer reviewers can take that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zimasa Jaban.
Good day. Hello, can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes,
Hello, we can hear you.
Okay, I am Zimasa. I'm working in the clinical engineering field. So, yeah, a lot of us have a problem with registering with ECSA because of the field that we are in, which is health technology management or medical equipment. We studied electrical engineering, and we also have modules that have physiology and human anatomy. So that one, yeah, I'm explaining our field for those who don't understand. So the question I have, based on what I've explained, is that does the competency have the competency standards? Do you analyze it based on what someone is working with? Because someone who's working in ESCOM, I will not be able to compete with them in other fields, even though we are all in the engineering field. That's the competency. Is it for different fields, or is it the same for everyone? Number two, the problem we have in getting jobs or in getting registration in the government sector, you must be registered with ECSA for you to get a job. But what I am getting from this meeting is that ECSA wants you to have a job in order for you to register as a professional. So how do we now accommodate that? Because I can't do duties of a professional while I am employed as a candidate. That's number two. And then, okay, I also wanted to ask, because when we are in university, we also do practicals, which is P1 and P2 previously, but now I think they only do P1. Does that not count in the work experience, in the experiential learning? Because that's we go to hospitals, or you go to a company and you work there as a student. So now, why are you, after graduating, also required to go and be a student in a company when you've already graduated? Like what I've seen with other professionals like nursing, radiography, whatever, when someone graduates, they are considered to be competent enough to work on their own, because when they were in varsity, they went and did their experiential learning where they were working under someone. So most companies or most sectors, when they employ you, when you have graduated, they expect you to be able to use what you have learned in your experiential learning and work alone, because now you are full-time employed. You are no longer considered a student. And then also, I have a lot, please bear with me. With the referees, I am one person who emailed both KISA and ECSA requesting assistance with the referees. And still today, I did not have any assistance regarding that. Because in clinical engineering, like I've mentioned, a lot of people are having problems or challenges registering. If you look in the government sector or in the public, in the government sector and in your private hospitals and your private companies that are distributing medical equipment, there is few, if any, that are registered as professionals in the clinical engineering. You will get a manager or a supervisor who are not registered. Some of them are registered as candidates. So how do I now get a referee or a supervisor that knows my field, that can be my referee or my supervisor? Because we are all not registered. Yeah, that's my other question.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. We also listened. Yeah.
Okay, you remind me if I forget something.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let's start with the referees. The difficult, we can refer you to mentors, but not referees. Remember, a referee is someone who knows you, who has to testify that I know Zimas and she's registrable or she's not, and give their comments and the reasons. So you cannot expect ECSA to give you referees that are going to write for your application. It has to be someone who have known you, who have worked closely with you, who can testify that they can be a peer judge to say you are registrable or not. And remember, they are also going to score you on the 11 outcomes. So they need to know how you are performing on those outcomes. So, but we can give you people that you can talk to and start working with as supervisors, as mentors, then later be your referee. Then the other one, we assess competence in, okay, I see Tsepang. Should I pause Tsepang?
Yes, Dr. Banda, thank you. I wanted to add on the situation of referee. Zimasa, regarding the civil laboratory inspectors, I think what we saw at the Engineering Council, we have technologists and technicians that have contextual knowledge of that under the specified category. So you see, when you're now going to look for a referee, you're not going to get somebody who is now a professional civil laboratory. You will have a professional technologist, electrical, that has contextual knowledge of that, and then they will be able to referee for you with ECSA. So what you're doing as a mistake, it's wanting somebody who's registered, especially under that, or who's specified in that. So contextual knowledge can also be taken into consideration. And then it's important that you can now take a candidate to referee for you while you are applying to be recognized as professional. So that one, it won't balance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the other one, when you're asking about assessing between, maybe giving an example of ESCOM and other entities, we assess you in your area of in your subject matter. We don't assess you like assessment is not uniform in terms of one size fits all. That's why in your report you see that we ask you what is your specific field, so that we are knowledgeable of what you are doing. And then we give the relevant peer reviewers who are in your area, and they'll assess you based on what you are doing, not what other people are doing or what they've assessed previously on other people. We assess you on the specific matter that you are doing, subject matter that you are doing. Then the other one was the issue of considering experiential learning from your degree or qualification or diploma level. So, and you gave examples of medical doctors and nurses. That's a bit of a difference because with engineering, your exit subjects are taught at final level after you have retained from your experiential learning. And remember, the Act also says ECSA should evaluate competence after completion. And also the engineering agreements and international codes also say that we need to test after qualification, not prior to qualification. So if you want to use your qualification, then you have to consider post qualification, not prior to qualification, because there are exit subjects that are taught at final level after your engineering industrial attachment. And we want those exit level knowledge and practice to be demonstrated as competence. That's why I find that most of the projects that you do on a degree level, they are done at your exit level, which is 4th year, and not prior to your industrial attachment. There was a 4th one. Just remind me, what was it? What did I miss? I've answered 3. Eh?
Zimase, is that all? Were you answered?
Sorry, no, I'm not answered. Ne?
On which one?
I'm sorry, or is it Miss Basetsana?
Yes.
Yes, you talked about civil lab something, ne? And I think there's a confusion there, because I said clinical engineering technicians who work in hospitals. And the assistance that I needed from ECSA and KISA, because KISA is an association under ECSA, I needed assistance in getting people who can mentor me, who are registered as professionals, since I wanted to register as a professional engineering technician. And yet, all we have in the whole of South Africa under clinical engineering, it's candidates or people are not registered at all.
That has been answered by Tsepang. Yeah, they said they have a database now. You can communicate with them. They'll give you a database of those people that can lead you to that are already registered as professionals. You cannot use candidate people. They are professionally registered people in that field. Just to take note of Tsepang, then you can email her directly. She will assist you.
Okay. I also had I think I have 3 more questions. Ne? Sorry to everyone. So the other questions that I have, number 1, when you apply, you pay. So what happens to the money if your application is refused? When you now start afresh, are you supposed to pay again or what? That's the first one. And then on the application form, there's a part for subjects or for modules. When we studying, you study maybe electrical 1, 2, 3. Are you supposed to enter them one by one, because I see it's not a big space? Or can you say electrical 1, 2, 3, and then electronics 1, 2, 3 in just one line? Or is it one module per row? And then also I wanted to ask, because the fees are very high. It's like 5,000 when I checked to register as a professional. And yet, where we are working, when you are registered as a professional, it's not like you get a promotion or something. So your money, affordability for us clinical engineering technicians to register and pay 5,000 per year, it's a lot. I don't know if I'm the only one, but I know that I'm not the only one who's complaining about this registration, because when you register when you are employed, you are taken in as a candidate. You stay in that post until you die, unless there's another post that you must apply for that requires a professional registration. And there isn't a lot of those posts, because posts under production levels are filled with the candidate posts. So is there a way for ECSA to regulate the posts or the employment of according to each and everyone's registration? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I hope these are the last questions from you so that we give other people a chance. The first one is what happens to your money when you refused? Okay, it's a simple matter. The money that you are paying for application is what we pay for the services that happens. You remember we said we engage 4 reviewers at the first stage, second 2 moderators, then 3 professional reviewers, 2 moderators at the exit level, and also the data that they use and all those things. So your application fee goes into all those people. They've done their job. They get a stipend. It's not a lot of money, but it's a small stipend to allow them to do that. So we would have paid them. We cannot go back and say, okay, refund us. Zimasa didn't make it. We have to give her back her money. It cannot be. So it has been used, hence we cannot refund you. If you reapply, and if it's a refusal, you reapply again. You have to reconsider everything else again. Then the second part where you're asking about the subject to write them, I see you are a bit lazy. I'm sorry to say that. The form explicitly say you write them separately, and it also say if you require additional space, you can copy the same table and continue with it. It doesn't mean that you have to stick to the lines that are given there. You can add more lines to that table. Degrees are different. Some degrees have got 80 modules, some has got 30 modules. So you can add more. We want to see them clearly stated there, not combined. Then the last part, the fees you are saying it's a lot. It's like I said, it's regulated by the Council for Built Environment, and how they regulate is that ECSA present why it has to be 5,000, and they break it down to say the application fee we have to pay 200 for the moderator, we have to pay 100 rands for data. They combine from the day they receive your application until they email you the certificate, and they motivate you to see Council for Built Environment, and hence then they are able to be approved. So in you it's a lot, but think about all those processes. Registration can take between 6 months to 12 months, and that 5,000 has to be used along that process. So it might sound being a bit high, but it's relevant to the registration processes. Thank you. I think we can take more people now.
Thank you, Dr. Makosi Ngubane. Makosi, you can go ahead. Okay, we'll move to Bulelwa. Bulelwa.
Hi, thank you so much. My questions are to Dr. Banda.
Yes.
It's on the outcomes. Dr. Banda, I've got like a little bit of a confusion. If you go to outcome number 6, it says that you must recognize and address the reasonable, foreseeable social, cultural, and environmental. Does this have to come from one project? That's my first question. And then the second one, it says that you must meet all legally and regulatory. And then at the end, it says it must be an engineering activities. So I get confused. How do I talk about these ones since it's an engineering activity? Like if I give you an example, let's say I have said that on my project, a health and safety person was appointed, but it says that it should be an engineering activity. So would it be enough to say that, for this project to ensure that all the health and safety regulatory were met, I made sure that the health and safety was appointed?
Okay. The first one is where you talk about the social environmental impacts and mitigation measures and how the affected parties were engaged. In that part, like I said prior, you don't have to stick to one project. There are projects that have no social impact. There are projects that they've got no social environmental impact. So you just have to clarify in your matter to say, okay, you are not talking about the project that you have been talking about, so that the peer reviewer can see the change of matter, so that you address the outcome. You can use multiple projects to address an outcome. You don't have to stick to one. As long as the environmental is covered, the social is covered, the economic is covered, and technical it's covered for the various reasons. Then the second part, where we talk about meeting all regulatory requirements and we talk about health and safety issues, we are saying it has to be an engineering project, because we are not saying the health and safety matter has to be engineering. How did you apply health and safety issues on an engineering problem? So if it was outside your scope, you have to clearly state that health and safety was outside of my scope. However, we need you to demonstrate that you understand health and safety. That's when you have to list the laws that regulate health and safety. You have to explain how you identify health and safety hazards, issues. How did you do your risk matrix? Were you assisted by a health practitioner or a safety practitioner? You have to explain that. And if you were assisted by someone, but you need to show that you appreciate what they were doing and how they showed you, then you have to explain to us how did you generate the risk matrix with that practitioner. So even if you were doing safety talks on sites and healthy discussions, we do that on a civil project or any other project. Even if it's done by someone, but you are part of that, we need you to appreciate that, to show that even if we let you go into the site, do you understand health and safety? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Banda. Sorry, my last one is to comprehend on outcome number 3. I think you had explained this one. You are saying you need to comprehend and apply the advanced knowledge. I'm not sure on this one. Are you saying that you should apply what we have studied in varsity, or what you have like the standard? Let's say that we are using the standard. Like I would give you an example that maybe, let's say when I was designing, I was using a SANDRAL standard, or must I use the theory which I have studied in varsity?
If the SANDRAL standard has got theory, then use it. If not, go back to what you studied, because we want to see the underpinning knowledge and principles and theories. And mostly theories and principles are learned to at university. There are standards which have, like I tell you, Red Book guides you. It can even give you formulas and standards, but there are some which don't have. So we want to see if you can apply the knowledge that you learned on your foundation stage, which is educational. So you can tell me, I've learned this theory in water and wastewater management, but then you explain the theory, it's Manning's formula, or it's rational method in terms of finding the discharge of runoff. Then you explain how you apprehended that and how you have articulated and used it in your in verifying your solutions. So we want to see what you have learned from university mostly. If there are any other principles that you learned within the standards, then mention them. But don't just say I've used SAB standard. That's not going to explain anything to me, and it's not particular in terms of addressing the outcome. I need to understand which theories and principles. Also, don't just say I've used my water technology for which I learned a diploma. Then that's it. What is it that you have used out of that subject? So don't mention the subject that you have learned. Of course, mention where you got the theory in terms of the subject, but just don't mention the subject and you exit and think, okay, I've covered outcome number 3.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Noludwe.
Hi everyone. Hope I
Hello.
won't be diverting too much. I just had to hijack this one, but I'm applying for the professional engineering, and I'm glad that you did touch on it. But my questions, hopefully, they are generic, because they're mostly based on the application form. So when it comes to my first question being, when it comes to the word count, especially for the first report as well as the engineering report, and it mentions there that you can add pictures and formulas, right? And then you mentioned something here that you can put an annexure. However, I think on the requirements it did mention that your calculations or your pictures should then not exceed an A4. So how does that work if, let's say, I just choose to put an annexure separate to the engineering report to avoid having more numbers? I mean, word count, or like how does that work between what you said and what we actually need to do? That being the first question. And then my second question also goes to what Masa was saying in terms of referees. I don't think I also got an answer there to stand on, because think, okay, my question is also like, let's say you're working for an international company in this case, and there is no one who is registered. However, they have the contextual knowledge to actually be your referees in this case. However, the requirement for ECSA is that the person that is your referee has to be registered. And you also mentioned that you cannot then just ask anyone, because that person has to then fill your level of competency, meaning they have to have worked with you. So how does that then work? If you are working on a company, you have met the level of competency, however, no one there is registered. So how do you then do that? That was the second question. And the third question is also goes to the application form. You see how the application form is. I think you also touched on the fact that you can then extend that page to be able to write on it. But then when you are submitting, do you take applications whereby, for example, I then choose to have an application form separate, then the TR separate, the engineering report separate, and so on, so that at the end maybe I can zip it and then send it, or you want it to be in one application form without splitting the, how you say, without splitting the reports? How does that work? I think those are the questions that I have for now. I think I forgot the other ones, but yeah.
Okay, no, it's fine. It's permitted. I also have a 2 gig memory in my mind, so I also forget things. That's why I'm always saying, remind me, and it's almost full right now with all these questions I'm being asked. So
I can understand.
if I shut down, please forgive me. Okay. So the first one is that the word count and the pictures. So what we want to avoid, we used to not to do the word count long back. And you know what applicants end up doing? They give you a long paragraph, you have to find yourself there. So they are not sure of how to answer the question, and then they will just go around and around and around. So as a peer reviewer, you have to wander around that paragraph until you get what you want. So those word counts were done with consultation from international standards and peer reviewers to say, to articulate to a matter, this word count, it's good enough. If you see someone explaining beyond that 450, then they don't know what they want to explain. So it also gives ample time. Remember, we have to assess this thing. If you give me 400, if we don't put a count limit to it, someone will give us a book. And who's going to peer review that book? Someone who, will give you like 400, 200 pages because they don't know what they're explaining. So it's there to also, even at university, most questions you'll be asked the count limit so that you don't explain things that are not necessary. So it's just to help you guide. Actually, it's a good guide for you to be able to articulate exactly and be specific to what you want to say. So it's also for your advantage, not only for us, but also for your advantage. Then when you submit the new system now, there are certain forms that you need to split. I think page 1 and 2 that the commissioner signed, and I can't remember the other one that you have to attach separately, but the rest comes as one report. So when we were saying you can add the table, you just add the rows, not to split the table. You just add more on the table rows to accommodate the subjects that you have learned. You don't have to separately split the table. So the table will continue on its current position. It's just that you are adding more rows to it.
Yeah, by splitting, I meant like splitting, like you're saying now, like splitting the actual reports, as in like you have a TR alone, and then the engineering report alone, then you submit as
yeah. On the portal. I'll give Tsepang to explain exactly on that, but on the new portal you have to split them but she will explain exactly how to split that. I don't want to mislead you, but I understand you have to split that on the new portal. I haven't used the new portal, but you have to split certain pages and upload them separately. And also even your qualifications, you have to certify them and combine them and upload them separately, something like that. And even when they get your referees report, they have to upload it separately, ECSA. So she will explain how to split that. But I think the checklist also explains clearly in terms of how do you upload it. And there's a guideline in terms of how to upload on the new system. It will also address, but Sepan can answer that. Then your last question was on, what was it now? You see,
it was the clarity on the referee point of
okay,
view.
yeah.
Like,
Okay, the referee
what do you do
report.
in that scenario?
Yeah, I understood now. The referee report, like we were saying, you have to identify now. That's why it's important to identify your referees prior to those 3 years of experience, so that you engage them and they become part of what you are doing to the extent that they can sign your referee reports. So even if you get, ECSA can give you a list of all the people that are registered and who are in your field, but you need to engage them and they need to work with you. They cannot just sign your referee. It's not ethical. Then they are missing the code of conduct as well. So they have to work with you for a certain period, and they have to specify that period when they are writing their report, to say, I've known you from this period to that period. So, and then they evaluate. So we also consider that, because we want to understand, if someone knows you for 2 months and someone knows you for 3 years, the person who knows you for 3 years will give a better evaluation than a person who knows you for 2 years. So, and also the thing is also, you are not, I don't know, maybe your industry it's different, but in our industry, even if I don't have people in my company that are registered, but I have clients that I work with that are registered, who knows me, how I perform. I have colleagues that I went to school with that knows me, that I've worked with before, that can be my referees that are registered. It's not just people that are working in your company. It can be even where you are discharging your duties. Maybe you're working for ESCOM. Even the people at ESCOM that are registered can be your referees, as long as they know you and say, we've known the work that Tando does or Talent does, then they can do
They
that.
can write on it. Okay,
Exactly.
just on that, not to cut you. So now, just like you mentioned, that they can then have to put when they knew you, or what if then at the time they knew you, you were not competing at the level of, let's say, E, you were still A, B, and C. However, now you are required to be an E. When you were doing an E job, they were not involved, and rather your clients as well are not South African in all that case. Is it fine if they can still sign, having then been involved in A, B, and C?
So when they sign, if someone doesn't know a certain aspect of the outcome, let's say they've never seen you designing, they will sign on all the outcomes, and this outcome that they don't, they put an X to say, I cannot comment on this. I think that matter that we are having right now, most of these questions are emanating from the idea that you guys, you didn't even read the forms correctly, thoroughly. Even the referee reports explains to say that if the referee cannot comment on a specific outcome, they can say, I cannot comment this and give reason. So I think the questions that you are coming up a lot with, maybe some of them, if you read thoroughly your application, you find that there are instructions in that application that answers all these challenges that you have. So you don't be forced to say, no, but this person doesn't know me at level E. They won't comment on those aspects. They will only comment on the aspect that they know you from. And it's allowed. We are not holding a gun against them and say, comment everything. No. They must be ethical as well and say, honest, I don't know this, and honest. I know you from this level to that level. I can comment up to 6 outcomes only. They the ones they cannot comment, they'll isolate them and say, this I cannot comment, and give their reasons.
Okay, as long as that won't then affect.
Dr. Banda, can I kindly also add on that? And then our colleagues, I think what we also are are not supposed, what we must run away from, it's overthinking this whole thing. I'm not sure in the history of talent, Dr. Banda assessing, he's never taken a decision to say, I'm refusing this application because the referee said they don't know the person at level E.
Yeah, it's
What
true.
he is saying is that the person did not demonstrate competency against these outcomes. I think we are
that's clear.
yeah, we also
Overthinking.
confusing overthinking the administrative requirement and demonstrating competence for you to be registered as a professional technician at the end with ECSA. And then
I think that's where it was
Yes.
unclear for me, because I asked from the email to get a clarity, will that hinder in terms of me getting accepted, or it's just a requirement to say you
I
have
think you must
referees?
avoid being negative in the process.
It's a long
engage,
one.
just engage in the process and read through the application and follow the application. It's thoroughly documented in such a way that that guides
Easy to follow.
even the guideline to registration and competence, even the requirements, those policy documents that we're talking about. Go and read them. You don't need an email to ECSA. They are clearly, explicitly explaining what needs to be done, and in all those scenarios what you need to do, it's written there. So the problem we are having now is people that just jump into the engineering report without reading all these attachments and the necessary document. Then it will be a disaster for you to go through the process. But it's a simple, easy process if you read all the instructions and also use all the instrumentation that are provided by ECSA. They are on their website. You don't even need to pay anything to download them. So go read them through, understand those policy documents first. When you attempt to do your application, it will be much easier.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Next one. I think we still have one.
We still have one. Okay. She vanished again. Okay, we'll go to Tando.
Greetings to everyone. Greetings to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, Doc, I just wanted to ask, my first question is based on the education requirements. There is this qualification that is introduced now, not long ago, which is BH Tech Honors, of which I managed to get it last year. So I saw that you didn't mention in terms of the educational benchmarks, and it is N12 level 8. So I want to know if it's not considered by ECSA or not. And then question number 2, I think this one I'm a bit covered, because I wanted to ask on regards to the issue whereby you are working in a company and there's no one who's registered with ECSA. Then how do you do in terms of supervisors, your mentors, and your referees? And then another question that I wanted to ask. Now, when it comes to the issue of experience, let's say, for example, after getting my BTech, I did my BH Tech Honors. And then on my BH Tech Honors, there were some project assignments that I did, of which when I was hearing from you explaining the issue of the outcomes, I think I met some of the outcomes. So can't I add those projects on my application? And then the last question is, I'm registered as a candidate technologist since from 2020. However, I feel like ECSA is not helping us as candidates in terms of making sure that they are taking us to the route of PR registration, and also looking at the fact that at these companies that we're working at, we don't get peanuts, of which is one of the frustration, because we get peanuts, well, yet ECSA wants an annual fee each and every year. They don't even check whether we are still working or not, but they want their fee. So what is your take on that? Thank you.
Okay. The first thing is that I'll answer now in terms of ECSA not supporting you. You know, it's a mutual concern and a mutual agreement or undertaking between ECSA and also the body that is registered and the people that are registered. So you have to play your part. ECSA has to play their part. If you don't come to us, we wouldn't know your challenges. So it's a two-way thing. So I think there are a lot of people that get candidates and think, okay, ECSA is going to send me everything and guide me everything and every day. We're dealing with nearly hundreds of thousands of people to communicate with. So it also takes your effort to understand that you also need to communicate with them and channel the right matter to them. They will respond to you. Then secondly, your path to registration, like we have explained, it's an undertaking between your supervisor and yourself. You need to schedule a plan. You have to find someone who can mentor you, who can take you through. If you don't have in your company, I think we've discussed this matter for the longest time now. Find someone outside your company through ECSA. They can help you identify mentors around your space or your area. You engage them. Say, oh, madam, I know you are registered. I want you to be my mentor on these 2-3 years to come so that I register. They give you a schedule. You sit down, you plan with them. What do I need? You do a schedule, you follow that schedule. They help you register. They sign your report, you submit to ECSA. If your supervisor is not registered, we won't kill you because your supervisor is not registered. If in the form it's saying there, if not registered, qualify. That's what I'm saying. I think you guys, some of you are not even reading the form. It's saying if your supervisor is not registered, write it there. My supervisor is not registered, but he's got a BSc Eng. Qualify it and say it there in that space. It's given. It's even saying if he's not registered, qualify. So I think like what Tsepang was saying, you are overcomplicating these things and you are not reading the forms correctly, or you are not reading, I don't know what's missing, but qualify it and send it through. My supervisor is not registered. Then get referees from colleagues, clients. It's showing all the people that you can get referees from. You don't even need your company to have that. So as long as where you are discharging your duties and you can prove competence, it's fine. The rest you can do that. Then the second one is we are saying if you have used them, if you have done a project at school that you think can outline those outcomes, like I said, we are not prescribing to say which it even says you choose the project that you think can explain that outcome. But the risk of undergrad or projects that you do at educational level, they are just mainly for calculations and academic. There is no practical application. It then becomes difficult when it asks about social impact, about health and issues, So think along the lines of it can answer maybe outcome 1 and 2 nicely for you, but will it answer outcome 4, 5, and 7 or 10 later on? So because there is coherence with some of the outcomes, they are interrelated. So look into that. If it does, then there's nothing permits you that stops or hinders you from doing that. If you can address the outcomes, that's what we want. If it shows competence, that's what we want. Then the other part was on the issue of your BEng honors. You remember, some of the things are to complement what you have done. So if you have an honors, that's the degree we were referring to, a professional degree that gives you like 4 or 5 years, and it gives you about 480 credits. So you are just adding up to your benchmark qualification. Unless if you want to later on register as an engineer and you want to do combination of qualification, then it will work. But now it can register you as a technologist or a technician, or if you add an PR or MEng to it, then you can qualify to register as an engineer if you are using alternative route. But so far the BEng Tech honors, it's under technologist.
Okay. Another thing that I wanted to ask, Doc, in case whereby your supervisor is like you are more qualified than him, like does ECSA allow you to use that person as your supervisor or your mentor?
That's what I'm saying. You guys, you're over analyzing this. Okay, why ECSA doesn't say supervisor has to, it says supervisor. It doesn't put a descriptor of saying this supervisor must be underqualified or more qualified. I tell you right now, you know, I'm a CEO, my head of technical that gives me projects. I'm still doing projects as an engineer. He's underqualified than me, but I take instructions from him. And if I am to write ECSA report, he's going to sign for me because he's my supervisor. But I have the highest qualification in civil engineering, but he's my supervisor. So I think you are overqualifying these things. Just follow the instruction. He's your supervisor. In your organogram, who's your next in charge in terms of your lineage? That's your supervisor, regardless of that supervisor not having qualifications or what. I once worked for a company that was owned by a teacher, but it's a consulting company. And he was my supervisor. What can I do? So you are overqualifying things. He's your supervisor. Just qualify this. That's why they say qualify and say this supervisor has got extra registration or doesn't have, but has got this qualification. Like we said, you know that you can be registered as a technician and no qualification. Your supervisor is an alternative route person. He's got no qualification, and you are working with a BEng tech. He's your supervisor. He will sign for you. It doesn't matter. He understands the industry. He understands the underpinning knowledge. He's even registered as an alternative route. Some people are not academic, so don't consider that. I think if you come with that, so you see now competence, what we were asking about competence, we said knowledge, education, training, and what? Attitude. You will not be registered with that attitude because already you have an attitude towards your supervisor, and it's part of competence. That's why this process is like that. If you submit to your supervisor, regardless of their qualification, you are already showing that you are a competent person because it's attitude. So don't overthink this. Just follow the processes and get registered.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Next person.
Nomvuyo Ndlovu.
Good morning, good day, colleagues. My name is Nomvuyo Ndlovu. I have EBTech, which I had obtained 2023. So currently, diploma I finished. Sorry for the up and down. I'm in the office. So I wanted to ask Uguti, if you have started projects and the project that you have started on, you had joined on construction stage. So from design development, inception stage, you were not exposed to design. So you were more of an RE from construction stage, and there were not much of engineering problems in terms of calculations and design because you are doing site supervision or rather project management. So how then do I align all the graduate attributes, the outcomes that are expected from me? If maybe it was only drafting that I did, which it's detailing, it's not much into like calculations, step-by-step type of things. So my position was that I was an RE most of the projects. I was an RE, and I started on construction stage where I was just doing site supervision, ensuring communication, stakeholder communication on site, doing my inspection, and yeah, that's just mostly it. And we had our health and safety on site manager who was dealing with health and safety related matters as much as I was assisting because I was full-time on site. I just want an assistance on how do I then balance the engineering problem, more especially on the group A, which is graduate attributes 1 up to 3, where they say develop engineering problems, have a solution towards them. I would like an assistance on that one. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Yeah, thank you. That's my question.
Okay, Nomvuyo, thank you. So there are two issues to this. Some are also posed as questions. Like I said, you don't have to stick to one project. You can fill in the other attributes with the project that you're currently working, which you found on a certain stage. And then the other attributes, you can look into even other projects that you have done before. But if you experience the same problem throughout, then you have a serious challenge where you might need to be seconded to another company, or on a voluntary basis on your spare time, maybe engaged with another company that is able to help you with attributes 1 and 2, and participate in the activities that they are doing, so that you have an understanding of how to complete those attributes. So as long as you clearly explain it in your training and experience period, that at this period I have been seconded to this company, and to gain this knowledge, you have to, if it makes you get registered, you have to do that. The problem is that I know people, they don't want to volunteer for no pay, because I hear even in the tone of the audience that people are talking about getting paid peanuts and all those things. Sometimes in life, you have to just go through certain processes to get to what you want. Then you have the freedom afterwards. So if it means getting seconded for nothing, just to get those attributes done, do it. And then you move on with your life. So that's my suggestion to you. If you cannot get it into your company, find somewhere where you can get it. Even if you don't retire, resign, but just get there as a volunteer and get the knowledge that you want. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think I'm covered on that one. I'll also liaise with my supervisor to say, can I get more exposure on, mostly on design, because from design I only did drafting. So drafting, we get calculation from the senior engineers and we just add notes and draft. So that one doesn't really have, because we're using the science standard, the codes. So there's no much calculation in that. So I'll just liaise with my mentor, and yeah, perhaps you'll suggest something for me to get as much exposure as I can. Thank you so much for your answer.
Welcome. Thank
you.
Thank you, Nomvuyo. Dr. Banda, may I kindly check on time? How are you doing with time? Can we push until 2 p.m.?
I close the whole day, so I'm comfortable. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's help them. We
All
don't
right.
want, the problem we have, we can rush through this and get an influx of applications that are not ready, and I hate it to turn them back, but
Yeah.
let's help them. I think we still have about 8 hands. We can attend to them.
Okay, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Mr. Jacobs, you can go ahead. Jacobs? We'll move. Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to ask this question, and thank you for the presentation and the engagement. It's really appreciated. Dr. Banda, I just want to ask something. If your application have been deferred, are you when you attend the peer advisory interview, can you use that same project that you've went into the first application to rewrite the deficiencies? Because we are faced in the municipal environment, faced with a challenge whereby not all projects get done internally. So majority of these things are being outsourced to consultants. And I've listened to you saying that to get more exposure, you need to be, I'm not saying that we can, but you are recommending that we are going to be seconded to consultants. Is there maybe a way that ECSA can, not like force, but where you can help us to get seconded? Because it's a bit of a challenge, because we are constantly faced being sucked into operational requirements of the business. That's my first question. And then my next question will be, if you want to downgrade to a technician with the previous project, are you allowed to do that? I think that's my two questions that I want to ask.
Okay, maybe I can also ask you, were you refused a technologist?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the...
Yeah. So you can qualify to apply at technician stage. Remember, so in your advisory interview, they should have already mentioned you to say maybe you qualify for, or based on the descriptors that you explain. I don't know if they've explained to you what level of descriptor were they saying, or they just rejected you. Because normally if I do advisory, let's say you qualify for then I would advise you to say maybe you qualify for technician. Or if you even don't qualify for technician, then I'll advise you to say even at technician level, you need to still work on 1, 2, 3. So what happens is you can still use your project, but the difficulty in terms of your project, already they've picked that there is deficiency in it. I don't know now whether the deficiency was caused because now I don't have an analysis of your project. Was it caused because your project was lacking those components, or was it caused because you couldn't articulate those components? So there are two ways of deficiency: whether the project is not sufficient enough, or you couldn't explain enough. So if you couldn't explain enough, then the project you can still reuse it.
I think I have all my documentation and even the ones that I take notes of during the advisory interview, because I would like to still apply as a technologist, but I'm a bit scared. I'm a bit scared because I have covered some of the outcomes, but I feel like sometimes they ask things out of what we are, our area of competency.
So what you can do, maybe I would suggest you to do now, is that write your report as it is now on technologist. Get ECSA to give you maybe 3 names of people that are mentors that you can bounce your application with first before you send it to ECSA, and say, hey, look into my application, get 3 people, do your pre-assessment outside, and hear what they'll comment and address those comments before you send it to ECSA. If they tell you that maybe downgrade to technician, they'll be able to tell you, okay, downgrade to technician. Or if they still deficiencies, they'll be able to say, okay, address this deficiency before you send it through. I think that's the other challenge we are having now, is that I always tell people, even at my workplace, they'll come blindfoldedly with that page 1 alone for supervisor signature and say, hey, sign for me here, I need to register. And I'm like, okay, is it going to help you? Because I'll put my signature, your report goes to ECSA and comes back. Let me go through your report and advise you to say, okay, you have. That's where the other problem with our supervisors are also lazy and mentors. They don't read through your application. Because if you are a mentor and supervisor, I also want to go through your report and make sure that I don't embarrass myself with ECSA. So I'll be able to advise you before you even send it through to say, hey, your report lacks in 1, 2, 3. So guys, let's be honest with us, each other. Find a supervisor who's willing for you to get registered, not to just get rid of your processes, because it's going to cost you money and it's going to embarrass you. So get your supervisor, say, go through, or madam, go through this report for me and give me comments before I finalize my reports. Let them go through, give you comments, address those comments. When you are ready, then you get it signed and get it through. There's no competence. We spoke about taking responsibility and checking with peer reviewers. There's no room for error. So check with other peers. You can even show your report that you are not competent because it was never checked by anyone. And we were talking about it as part of competence. Give it to someone to check it before you send it to ECSA. Then they can advise you whether it meets the requirements or it doesn't.
And I just want to add, before we move on, I just want to add, in terms, especially what I find a challenge with, especially in municipalities, mentorship in supervisory, from a point of view where you want candidates to progress, is really a bit of a challenge, because like I mentioned before, you get stuck into operational requirements, in majority of the operational projects does not really cover extensively the 11 outcomes. So I also feel like we need to be protected against that scenario and eventuality that is playing out in municipalities, especially.
Okay, so there are some initiatives that have been done with other municipalities where they ask the consultants to carry through their personnel when they're doing the projects from inception to commission. So I think you also have to recommend, like I said, I know people are just saying ECSA, but you as an individual and you as an organization, what are you doing to also succumb the situation that you are in? Some have already engaged with consultants to say, when you're doing a project each time, you carry 4 of our staff. You engage with them from investigation, you go with them to site, they investigate with you, you show them what you are looking at, they become part of the note writing, they become part of the report writing, they become part of the design. They see you designing and they participate in that so that they are able to write these outcomes. But we cannot just expect and sit down and say ECSA must do something. What are we doing as individuals and as organizations towards that solution? Because some people are managing it and getting away around it. So why can you also not do the same at your level? Because no one is going to come and say, hey, buddy, let's do this for you to get registered. So it's a design philosophy for also even a development of philosophy that you need to generate with your employer to say, I need to develop to this level. This is what I'm recommending for me to achieve 1, 2, 3. Then take it with them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Banu.
Thank you. Malope Sikula. Malope. Yes, you can go ahead. Hello, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor. I just wanted to check in terms of the CPD, continuous program development, as to whether when you're registering for professional from candidacy, how many minimum should you have obtained, or is it not compulsory to obtain such?
So if you are still a candidate, it's not CPD, it's IPD, because you are not yet registered. So you just have to have enough credits. Maybe if you can have maybe 2 or 4 credits per each category, it's good enough. What we just don't want is to see maybe 1 or 2 courses hanging on those one whole long sheet. Then it shows that you are not getting anywhere. So, and also remember, continuous development, it's not only CPD courses. If you had a diploma and you are registering as a technician and you have already completed or you are busy with your BTech, it's also considered developmental. So we also consider that as well, which is even carrying more weight than those small courses that you do. So there is no a cutoff. The idea is that, are you able to articulate with outcome number 11 and also give me a philosophy that to say, even if I'm registered, this is what I'm going to do. Then I check that philosophy. Is it something that is linked or related to IPD? So that's why I was saying there are certain things that you are overcomplicating yourself. In my entire 15 years of helping ECSA, I've never rejected the applicant because there's no initial professional development. I'll reject because there's no a clear philosophy of how are they going to develop, not what they've done. So just focus on what are you going to do more than what you have done already, because we cannot change what you have done, and I cannot take you down for that. I rather take you down when you don't have a clear philosophy of how you're going to develop yourself after registration. Because my worry is, I register you and you don't develop, you're gonna deregister in 5 years and you cannot come back. So that's what I'll be protecting for. So I cannot deny you registration for that, but I'll be trying to protect you to say, hey, go and write a clear philosophy that you're going to follow after registration.
Okay, covered. Thank you.
Sure.
The next one is Delani. Delani Ntobela.
Hello?
Hello, you're audible.
Okay. My question, I think you already answered, if I'm not mistaken, but just for a confirmation on my side, because I was confused. You're saying we can cover many reports, but on my side, I just want to confirm because I work previously on a refinery, oil and gas, as a maintenance engineer, and then after 3 years, I changed the sector. I go to a renewable energy. So now if I want to, as I'm preparing to do forestation, can I cover both, although there are different sectors? The one is for oil and gas and the one for renewable energy. Can I combine those reports on the same, what can I say, project on the same report? Is this something that is doable, or what can I do? Thanks.
We have answered that already several times, so I think it's prudent that we stick to what we have discussed. Yes, you can, as long as it's clear in your report that the peer reviewers can follow that now this outcome have changed to the project, then it's clear. You just don't need to dive in without showing the transition between the two different projects. Thank you. I think we are left with 3 hands now.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And there may be some on the chats that we haven't answered, but we'll see when we get
no,
there.
we'll address them.
Okay. Masondo Sibongsen. Mr. Masondo. Okay, we'll move to Lira. Miss Lira Mulife. Miss Mulife.
Okay, good day, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Banda, for the presentation, and thank you to everyone who organized this session, which was very valuable. My question, I would like to ask that, so when one gets a refusal, there are options that the person is given, that you can either request for a advisory interview, or you also do have an option, or you are allowed to appeal the application. So my question would be, when appealing, is that not looked as if you are questioning the decision that was made by the people who were involved, and does it not do anything to your reputation or dent your reputation as a candidate who still is willing to go ahead pursuing the registration? So does the appealing not affect the candidate in any way? That will be, in any way, or negatively, basically. And the second question would is that when getting the refusal, you are advised to continue pursuing, but if your refusal letter did not it's not specific as to when should you reapply, so are there any limitations as to how long can one take between getting the refusal and reapplying? Are there such limitations? Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Banda, can I please go first before you go, sir?
Okay, no, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that, Lira. Lira, when you are appealing the decision, you are appealing the decision of the council, not of the people that now assessed your application. And then I think most of the time, what we see, Dr. Banda will add to that, it's the appeal, it's from the applicants that are now, with the appeal, what you're supposed to say is you come with the facts that you are performing at the right level, with the proof that you're performing at the right level. And then what you're saying is that your documents were assessed, and then it was found that you are not performing at the right level, but then you have the proof that you are performing at the right level. And then I think from the presentation and the presenter that presents right now, you can also hear that it's going to be it's not going to be an easy task for you to convince Dr. Banda that he made a mistake by saying you're not performing at the right level while you are performing at the right level. I think it's one of the things. So what we see, it's applicants that are now appealing because they feel that people in the interview didn't like them. They feel that those people don't understand what I'm saying and all those things. So what colleagues we now are trying to, with the webinars and everything, it's to let applicant understand that when it comes to assessment of the applications, it's not about the feeling of the 8 or 11 people that are touched your application. It's about them assessing your documents, and then your documents, and then you at the professional review demonstrating competency against the outcomes. And then also with them, when they are going to say the decision that they said, they will also say that in their report they didn't demonstrate competence against the outcomes as in the policy. They won't say, I'm feeling that this person is not ready, or it's not feelings related, it's now relevant to something, or it's motivated or substantiated by something. And then on the decision where the situation where you're saying the refusal letter, it's not clear enough. It's compulsory for everybody who has been refused registration with ECSA to attend the advisory interview. So what we see during the advisory interview, it's the applicants that are venting to the reviewers. So the advisory interview, it's there where ECSA says, now you have a chance to now talk with the people that took a decision regarding your application, and then you seek clarity from them on where you went wrong. And then they will gladly, you see he has the whole day, they will gladly sit with you there, and then you go through everything that you don't understand, and then they will gladly give you the reasons why they took that decision against the policy, not because that day they felt like they don't like you. And then as soon as you attended the advisory interview, and then you clear that you understand now the reason why they took the decision that they took, you can now write the application depending on the cycle submission now. If the cycle it's still open, it's today, and then you attended the advisory yesterday, you feel like before 15 August, you would have submitted a proper application that now can now indicate, and then you're able to demonstrate competency. As soon as you understand everything that was said in the advisory interview, you can submit again. Thank you. I think, I hope you covered there. Thank you, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sepa. And just to add, you remember we are also governed by the code of conduct. We will never jeopardize you or prejudice you because you have done an appeal. And like what Sepang is saying, an appeal is not against Dr. Banda, it's against ECSA. So we'll never take hard feelings. We'll never give you a hard time when you come back because you appealed last time. It's also for us as ECSA to keep check with what we are doing, because we know appeals come and we are thorough with our process. Once we say refusal, we would have gone through a thorough review of everyone's peer reviews and making sure that, okay, this is valid enough to make it a refusal. That's why it even goes to registration committee, because they also want to make sure that there's no loophole. So if your application is refused, it has gone through maybe 10 to 12 people.
Individuals.
Before it goes to refusal. And before even the committee decides to make a final review of your refusal, they can even say, okay, let this one also be reviewed by Dr. Banda to just make sure that the refusal is substantial and it's standing. So they can even extend it further to just have a second opinion before it's reviewed. So for you to come back and say 12 or 14 people made a mistake, it's very, very difficult to prove that. But if there's a mistake, we can acknowledge and move on. But my recommendation is that don't come and vent in the advisory interview. Rather, come and find out what have you missed and how can you correct that, and have the attitude to come and acknowledge that, okay, I've missed 1, 2, 3, and go and correct them and submit. There's no limit in terms of when you can resubmit, as long as you can say, I can correct all the things that I was told in the advisory, then I'm able to submit even a year, even 6 months. And now the cycles are 6 months. If you miss 15 August, the next cycle it's in December. So you have ample time to do that. Thank you.
Okay, Basi,
Okay.
before we move to another question, I think colleagues, what I missed to add, it's what we added to the training for the professional technologist. I think it's important when you are applying to the engineering council to understand first if what you submitted is at a well-defined level. It's important, it's one. And then how to now, against what you're doing, be able to indicate and demonstrate that it has characteristics of a well-defined engineering problem. And then now also understand that cycle, that complicated cycle that Dr. Banda said regarding your application, the cycle that your application will now follow. So what we find as applicant that submitted the application. So when Dr. Banda was presenting, you heard he was clear that at experience appraiser assessment, recommendations are made for the application to move to the next stage. He's not saying at experience appraiser you are deemed competent to be registered. No, I think that's what most of the applicants that submit application with ECSA, they and then they come and say, but then you said I must go for the interview. You guys clearly said I'm competent. No, we were saying what the requirement of this stage you have met, and then now move to the next stage for the assessors and virtual panel at that stage to check the requirement for that stage and then proceed to the next stage. And then that is why also the letter at the end says you did not demonstrate competency against the outcome. And then the other thing, it's the processes in the processing of the applications, colleagues, are there for the reason. In the professional technologist, there was a colleague that said during the professional review, ECSA policy states that 3 reviewers, in case of emergency, 2 reviewers can proceed. The policy allow for 2 reviewers to proceed through with the interview, but this can only happen if the applicant agrees. You will agree and then sit in that review. When the outcomes come and then you hear a person says, I want to appeal the decision, only 2 people said in that interview, when it was clear that do you agree that we proceed with this? And then others will say, I didn't want to say I don't agree in case I come and then now I'm being victimized or penalized for it. No, but then we ask if you agree. If you don't agree to something, colleagues, you are allowed to say, no, I don't want 2 people to proceed. And then the officer, you will now give me another date for me to come to an interview. But then another problem is when the cycle says the interview period it's during July, and then it's 22 July you come to an interview. There's a reviewer who had an emergency, and then you say I'm not comfortable with 2 reviewers. You can't get another interview tomorrow. Interviews for July had already set, and then now what you needed the registration for, it's now closing end of July at work. So now you're having a situation where you said you don't want to proceed with 2 people, and then the interviews must now happen according to your timeline. So I think it's all those things that we need to take into consideration. But then I don't think ECSA can penalize you for doing the right thing for you at the time during the submission of your application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malapile. Stacy? Stacy, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you to the ECSA team for organizing this webinar. So my question is, let's say if someone already registered as a candidate technologist with a BTech, and later on the same person graduated with a MTech degrees, and also the person have, let's say, 5 to 7 years experience, can that person register as a candidate engineer? Thank you.
Okay, so what happens is those are the combination of qualification we were talking about. So if you want to register as an engineer and you don't have the benchmark qualification, you have to prove to ECSA that the other qualifications that you have done, they can add up to someone who has done in B-Eng. So in terms of accreditation, in terms of credits that you score, in terms of also the modules that you have learned in all those qualifications. That's why I said combination of qualifications. So there's a special form that you fill in, then it goes to the educational committee. The educational committee will assess that, and then they'll call you for an interview to check if you have acquired the relevant knowledge to be considered a professional engineer. Then you get a letter that confirms that now you can apply. Then you can then apply with the form and you attach that letter. So it's called a combination of qualification. It has to be assessed. It's case by case. So I cannot say from here as a webinar to say you can be registered, because I don't know which MEng you have done, to which university, does it meet the requirements of combination of qualification, and also even if it meets, they will also look into the modules that you have done. Do the modules add up to say you can now be performing at a complex level? So all those things has to be considered. That's why we said it's a case by case scenario. So submit if you feel like you are working. Also, it's not also just the educational qualification. Are you also working at a complex level?
Yes. I think I wanted to add that.
That's
They
another
might say,
story.
they might say
So,
the qualification are equivalent to
Mm.
BSc, BEng, but then when you apply, you need to now
Work
check
at
if
complex,
work at the complex level for
Yeah.
you to now be registered as a professional engineer.
Yeah, so those are some of the things that you need to consider. So it's not a straightforward case, but there is a route to that. It's open for everyone to take that. And the good part is the educational committee, even if you don't qualify, they will also in their letter clearly, explicitly explain why you don't qualify. If there are modules that they think you still need to pursue, they can even recommend to say, go and register these modules and do them separately, or add this degree or this postgraduate diploma to complement what is missing. They'll advise you.
Okay. No, thank you so much for the contribution. Much appreciated. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stacey. We'll go to Yankees. Dusty.
Everyone, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
I finally took the step to apply this year. So in
Well
the
done.
process of application, thanks. In the process of application, I sat with my mentors, sat with my referees, and then I got all my documents together. So I wanted to come to Bruma in person and drop the documents. But I saw that, yes, I have to apply electronically. So I started then to scan all the documents, and I'm sitting with about 36 megabytes of documents, and I cannot send all these documents at the same time because I get a maximum size limit on the email.
Okay, Mr. Thank you. Sorry. Please send a request to this email address. We
Okay.
are testing the portal now, so you will have a chance to upload your document using your portal. Are you registered with us as a candidate?
Yes, I've been registered since 2009.
Yes, so you will see there by the portal, you will need to now request an invitation or something, and then with your profile, you give me your profile, and then I will give you access right to testing of the portal. You upload the document there.
I do have an account on the portal.
Yes. Give me, yeah, on the site, send me your ECSA profile, and then I will now give you the access right to test the portal.
Okay, so what email should I use then?
It's in the chat.
It's typed there in the chat.
Let's see.
At the bottom, right? At the bottom. Okay.
Tepang@exa.co.za.
Oh, okay. Okay, I still can't see it on the chat.
Okay, towards the end of the chat, if you scroll down towards it, I can see it right now. It's there.
I get an error if I go in the chat.
Okay, it's Tepang. Can you see Tepang? Your name, your full name at exa.co.za. Tepang at exa.co.za.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Dusty, the other reason why the portal says separate the first 2 pages, and I think there's another 1 page that the commissioner signed. You know why it's like that? It's because we are avoiding the scanning. So you are only scanning the 2 pages that are signed by the commissioner. The rest, you remove them as a PDF and you attach as a PDF. Then it doesn't take a lot of megabytes. But the challenge you are doing now, you printed everything and you are rescanning it. So when you rescan, it takes more megabytes. So you just need to attach the rest as the PDF as it is. You print to PDF, then you only scan the ones where there's a signature. I don't know if I am explaining clearly.
No, the part where I lost you, sir, is when you say it's the documents, how do I sign them? Because there was something about
you only print the ones which you are going to put a signature.
Oh.
And then they are already on the portal, they are attached separately so that you avoid scanning the whole document.
Okay.
Yeah, so you see it to say attach form page 1 and 2 separately. Because they want you to just scan those signed documents only. The rest that are not signed, there's no need to scan them. It's best you print them to PDF so that they don't take a lot of megabytes for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, is it clear?
Yes, it's clear. Thank you.
And avoid unnecessary pictures. Just put the optimum that are necessary to support your application. I know people like pictures and they send me a report, a 100-page document with pictures. You know,